Hello everybody. Sorry I am starting a little bit early, but I just looked at the chat and I thought there's quite a few people here, so we may as well just start. Oh, hang on. Sorry, bad start though. I need to change something. 2 seconds. I forgot about this. How do I do it? I'm gonna try and I'm trying to change the text in the at the top left to like a better colour for Tyrunt. What would be good? Maybe like that looks kind of prehistoric. We'll go with that. Hello, sorry. How is everybody? I can see we've got quite a few people in chat. Not Ask, welcome back. Gravy, Zeke, Noah, Jake, we've got loads. And the poll has started from yesterday, Marvel or DC. 3 votes so far. 2 people say Marvel. 1 person doesn't like either, which is understandable. My vote would be for Marvel, but I can't vote, unfortunately, on my own polls. Which is seems a bit weird. Why can't I vote? I should be able to put a vote in. Anyway, so yesterday, just for anybody who wasn't on stream, we were looking for Chinchou, and we got it after 2,629 encounters, which is pretty good, to be fair. I'll just show you what Felix looks like, because he's very cool. Very cool. He's phased at the minute, but Felix is not got a great nature. It's attack up, speed down, which is literally one of the worst it could be for Lantern, but he's still very useful. Volt Absorb, very good. I'm glad it's that and not Illuminate. Was very useful against Raihan. I went offline last night after getting Felix, and I beat. Well, literally all I had to do story-wise was just beat Raihan, and then it was like immediately onto this shiny hunt. But beating Raihan took me quite a few tries. He was a little bit difficult to beat, and I'll tell you why. Because so when I do these challenges, I try and keep like a rough level cap. Obviously, it's not a Nuzlocke, it's not hardcore or anything like that, so it's sometimes not possible to be so strict. And in this instance, when I went to the Isle of Armor for some of the shiny hunts, I ended up getting the EXP charm. I don't know why I ended up getting that. I don't know if it was because I wanted to pass a trial or two to get the access to the move tutors. But the EXP charm has made it very difficult for me to keep my Pokemon under like the right levels. So as an example, my next battle is against Marnie and Hop in the what's it called? Is it just the Champion Cup? I think that's right, the Champion Cup. And their ace Pokemon is level 49, but Raihan's is level 48, so they expect you to travel all the way through, the Victory Road area and into Winden and not go up, like only have one level difference. I think that's a little bit harsh. So when I do face Hop and Marnie, I am going to have to unfortunately be slightly over the level cap, but it's just the way it is. Anyway, because of that, I went into the Raihan battle with just Riolu and Lantern. And they were really all I could use because everybody else had sort of already passed Raihan's levels. And so it was a very tough fight, but I actually did it. I beat Raihan with just Lantern and Riolu, which was a struggle. And it had to play out in a very specific way, but I did manage to do it in the end. So that was pretty cool. Then straight after beating Raihan, I went and caught a Tyrunt in the Crown Tundra, which I'm so gutted that we didn't get a chance to sort of like spend more time in the Crown Tundra, because it's it's a gorgeous area for like the DLC. It's such a lovely place, but it's unfortunately just, you know, very over leveled, and it's all post game stuff. It's not like the Isle of Armor. Disappointing a little bit for me. That I understand it with the legendaries and stuff. I understand why it has to be that way, but just a little bit sad. And it's also the reason that we'll be hunting for a Tyrunt through Masuda Method, because if you catch a Tyrunt in the Crown Tundra, it's like level 60 to 65. And like I just said, Hop and Marnie's Pokemon are going to be level 49 and below. And even really the only person who I could be on par with at that level would be Leon. And I didn't want to just use a Tyrantrum just for Leon. So I'm having to resort to Masuda instead of full odds. I actually would have liked to have done this full odds, but can't be helped. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. I've already collected, as you can see, a lot of boxes of eggs. Tried doing that offline. I think I've got 250 overall. Maybe just slightly over. And yeah, if you don't know what Masuda Method is, it's basically just you take one Pokemon of one language, and you take a Pokemon of a different language, and you breed them together, and the shiny odds go all the way down to, I think it's 1 in 683. So it's really, really good. And yeah, I've got a German Ditto that I've put in the daycare, and I've got the Tyrunt that I caught, and then I've got a Magmortar at the head of my party with Flame Body, which will like double the speed at which eggs are hatched. Also, the bike tends to have quite a... I've got quite a lot of boosts now, because I've got the upgraded bike, so this actually might be a pretty easy shiny hunt, I'm hoping. I mean, Masuda can drag on a little bit. It's very low odds, but obviously hatching eggs is not the fastest thing in the world. As an example, yesterday I could have done like 1,000 encounters in like 8 hours. I think eggs wise, maximum will be like 500. So yeah, it can be a little bit slow. But yeah, that's what we're doing. And I think that's everything from me in the sense of setting everything up. You should all be up to speed now. So yeah, I'm going to read through the comments and stuff. Just welcome everybody. Thanks for joining. Gravy says, Shiny Dino time. You're feeling it. Today's the day. Oh, I hope so. That would be good. If it was today, I'm pretty optimistic, but especially because we had, you know, we're in January now, and we've had Druddigon, Honedge, Chinchou. If I get Tyrunt as well, this video is probably going to be coming out pretty soon. So, fingers crossed. Zeke, good afternoon. Noah, I'm glad you're doing well. And you're hunting for a Squovit in Sword. Good luck. That's pretty cool shiny hunt to do. That should be a nice quick one for you, hopefully. Gravy says it blocked me out of my own poll. It did. It did. I don't really understand why it doesn't let me vote on my own. It's a bit odd, but there you go. Oh, Berry Pink Sheep, welcome to stream. How are you doing? I feel like this might be your first time here, so welcome. I hope you enjoy. Gravy asks, what is going to be Tyrunt's nickname? You remember the theme was Westworld. Very, very well remembered. Yeah, the nickname for Tyrunt is going to be, as long as it is male, because I'm assuming you can have female Tyrunt and Tyrantrum. It's not like a specifically just male Pokemon, but you can... I'm pretty sure that it's like predominantly male. So as long as it is a male, it's probably going to be Ford. The guy who kind of like came up with Westworld in the show, you know, like sort of invented all of the androids and kind of ran the park and stuff. His name was Robert Ford. And he was like an older guy. He was played by Anthony Hopkins. Really, really good performance. And he he's like an older man in the show. He's kind of like sort of at retirement age, and the board are trying to like force him out of the park and stuff, but really he built the thing from scratch. Like, without him there wouldn't be a park. And he's very, very clever. You know, he's like, I would see him as sort of like the king of Westworld. So I remember I actually planned for Tyrunt or Tyrantrum to be board like ages ago, and then I didn't think I was going to be able to get one because obviously like you can only catch a Tyrunt in the Crown Tundra after the 8th gym badge because of the level cap. So I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to get one, but thankfully I have decided to add it on as like a bonus hunt. So we're going to be doing 11 shiny hunts instead of 10. And yeah, that's what Tyrunt's nickname's going to be, and eventually Tyrantrum. I think it suits really well Ford. Zeke did some Dynamax adventures last night. You think he did 9 runs with a group of randoms. First Reshiram. No way! You got a shiny Reshiram, that's so cool. Oh my god. That's amazing. And you also got an Aselgor and a Poltegeist. Not a bad first day running Dynamax adventures at all. That's brilliant. Wow. 3 shinies in 9 runs. That's incredible. Like, I know the odds are like 1 in 100. I'm assuming you've got the shiny charm. But that's really insane. So yeah, congrats. And do you know what? I love Reshiram. I know Reshiram and Zekrom don't have like the most sort of like standout shinies. I know they're quite subtle, but Reshiram like as a legendary, it might be my favourite legendary actually. I really, really like it. It looks legendary, you know what I mean? It like I know a lot of legendary Pokemon do, but I feel like Pokemon, you can look at a lot of Pokemon and you can kind of go, oh, that is a Pokemon. That looks like one. Reshiram and maybe Zekrom, they almost border on like they could be from like a different franchise, I think. I think they look a little bit more than just Pokemon. They look like truly mythical. So yeah. Really nice find. I don't know how Poltegeist works in Dynamax Adventures. Is it always the phony version? Did you check whether it was like the antique version or not? I'm assuming it wasn't. I'm assuming it was phony, but you never know if it is possible. Our database says 87% male, so brilliant. I did have a little look at the. Usually when I do a shiny hunt, I will sort of do like a little test, bit like off stream. So I'll kind of just like record me doing it off, you know, like away from the, like without the overlay and all that kind of stuff. And the first 5 that I hatched were all male, so I kind of thought, right, it's either all male or it's like virtually all male. So, although I think Riolu's quite rare to be a female, and I ended up with a female Riolu, so you never know. Maybe if Tyrantrum is female, I'll just call her like Fordette or Roberta or something like that. Awesome, I'm glad you like the name. Summoning Ford to crush Raihan and take his place. Do you know what, to be fair, I actually was planning on using Ford to sweep through Raihan's team when I get to the finals. Because Torkoal is his first Pokemon, and it'll be very easy to set up like Dragon Dance against, and then just sweep. And very fitting as well. Oh yeah, good idea, Gravy, with the Pokedex, yeah. It should show you the different forms. I hadn't thought of that. Really good idea. Just a second. And a reposition in the number. Oh, hi Calamari. Welcome back. You're hoping my baby dino shines under odds. Thank you so much. And you're currently hunting for a Galarian Yamask. Very nice shiny. And a very nice, like, evolved shiny as well. Is it Runerigus? Looks awesome. So good luck for you as well. I hope your Galarian Yamask shines under odds. Are you doing like random encounters for that, or are you doing eggs like me? I'm really glad that I collected eggs last night for this. It's a lot nicer just kind of flying through the eggs and, you know, getting stuff quickly, rather than for Riolu. What I did was, like, I kept just going collecting the eggs off the daycare, and then I would kind of like hatch 5 at a time, but I would be in between hatching them. Like, while I was riding around, I was like picking up eggs, and it made things I don't think it made things slower, because at the end of the day it's the same thing, it's just you're doing it together instead of separately. But it felt slower. You know, last night I kind of just turned my brain off and watched, don't know if anybody's ever watched a guy on YouTube called Salt Factory, but I love Salt Factory. Like, he does some brilliant game reviews, and like, he's really funny. Yeah, I was just watching his, like, I think, what was I watching? The Outer Worlds, his review of the Outer Worlds, while I was like collecting the eggs. So now it's just nice to jump on stream and not have to, you know, think about it or anything. I did the same for Hornedge as well, pretty much. Collected a lot of eggs and then just sat there and hatched them, and it's way better. I can't wait to see whether Zeke's Poltergeist is the authentic one or not. Oh, nice, Calamari. You're just doing random encounters for all of your team members. Brilliant. I think that's a pretty decent one to do as well. Your mask, it's got quite a good, like, spawn rate, hasn't it? I think the Sword and Shield have been a bit of an interesting set of games for me for Pokemon that I've like chosen to shiny hunt, because I know that quite a few of mine have been Pokemon that I would have liked to shiny hunt in a different way, but they've just been not common enough to do that. As an example, I originally didn't want to do any Masuda Method eggs. I wanted to shiny hunt Riolu using Brilliant Aura, but it only has like a 5% spawn rate, so I couldn't. I wanted to do Hornedge as sort of either a Brilliant Aura or just kind of like full odds, like random encounters, but it didn't spawn enough, and it's in like the random, it's not in the overworld. And also, you can't even use like a steel Pokemon to boost the encounters, because it, I think it spawns in the same area as Clink. And then Tyrunt was, you know, unfortunately in the DLC where it was overleveled, so I've had to sort of replace certain Pokemon that I wanted to hunt in a different way with Masuda, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get those Pokemon, and I would have had to just pick something, you know, random, like a Zigzagoon or a Sork or something like that. So yeah. Oh, you've posted a meme in general. Let me have a little look while I'm riding around. I love that. I mean, he is. He's really neat. Really neat. Let's find him. I can't do like the hand thing, but I just think he's neat. Oh yeah, still unfortunate that it's a phony one, but still a very cool find. Still very cool. I mean, the thing is I think one of the bonuses of a Poltergeist or a Sinistea is it's while it's really cool to have that authentic one because it's so rare. At least you can't really tell the difference between them in aesthetics. Do you know what I mean? It's from what I remember, I could be wrong here, but for Sinisteas, it's like a tiny little mark on the underside of the like the cup. And I don't know about Poltergeist, but I've got to assume it's sort of the same. So at least it's not like trying to think of a different kind of form of Pokemon that maybe has a noticeable difference. You know, like if you catch a male Milotic and it's got very short sort of I don't know what they're called, but the things that go like over the top of its eyes and they like go all the way down its body. If it's male, they're really short, and if it's female, they're really long. So at least you can't tell the difference so much with Sinistea Poltergeist. Oh, hiya, Benny. Welcome back, and thank you so much. You're very, very, very consistent, reliable. Always remember to give me a like, so thank you. And Calamari, good question. Did I catch any marked shinies? As far as I know, no. But I will have a little look in a minute because I don't think I've checked the newer catches. So I will just double check. But I know that everything before Druddigon, maybe even before Honedge, definitely weren't marked. But let's have a little look. So it'll just be on this screen, won't it, for like the ribbons? Is that right? One of these two. Oops. No. 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 And no. However, the nice thing about mine is that, and I don't know who was here when this happened, but we did get Pokerus. So if you have a little look at next to the shiny mark, above the held item, the little like purple pink kind of like face, that means the Pokemon at one point had Pokerus. Everybody before Druddigon had that. And I do have a few Pokemon here, Lucario, Sobble, and Jigglypuff, that still have Pokerus. So I'm gonna try and put them in a party with like Druddigon, Honedge, Lantern, Tyrunt, and try and pass it on to them. But I'm gonna wait until I've caught all my shinies before I do that, I think. Oh, did I swap the eggs over then? I did not. Oh, sad to hear, Benny. But I'm sure you'll get one soon. It's very it's very good odds, isn't it, for the Dynamax adventures? Really good odds. Gravy will personally give them all World's Greatest Badge Quest Team ribbons. Lovely. Thank you. I wish I could put it on in-game. But we will take it. Ninja asks, why is the vote about Marvel and DC? Because somebody asked yesterday if I could put the vote on, but yesterday I had a poll up for what was it now? Was it it was for when Chinchou would shine. So I think I had one that said like less than 2,500, 3,000, 4,096, and then over odds. And I said I wasn't going to change that because I just didn't want to, you know, cut the poll short when we were like still shiny hunting. So I said that I would today have Marvel and DC on because, in all fairness, Masuda's very different, isn't it, to regular shiny hunting? It literally could be any of these eggs. So Benny, you're going for regular Pokemon, not legendaries. Awesome. Well, to be fair, that's even better, because you've got, you're tripling your chances, aren't you? Every Dynamax adventure you do, you haven't got, like, 1 out of 4 chance of, you know, sorry, you're not just going for one of the Pokemon. You can take any of the 3 that you find, so that's really good. Ninja misses Iron Man. Me too. Me too. Oh, Calamari, you might be crazy. Doing a full odds egg hatch in Galar afterwards. It's, yeah. It's quite... Well, Masuda Method's not painful. I don't mind doing Masuda at all. And to be honest, at one point in this Shiny Only Challenge, I was debating doing a full odds egg hunt. But that was before Vulpix. And after Vulpix, I just kind of said, listen, I'm not doing that because, you know, there's no point. It's, it would take me an insane amount of time, and I feel like I've already dedicated enough time with Vulpix. But yeah, if you want to try it, you know, by all means go for it, but just be aware that it does take a while. I mean, I think I've said this before, but in like an 8-hour stream, I can probably get like, if I was collecting eggs, and so I spent about 2 hours last night collecting 250 eggs, and I reckon it will take us probably 2 hours to hatch those eggs, maybe slightly more. So I think in 8 hours you can probably collect 500 eggs, and you can probably hatch 500 eggs, if not close to. Especially if you've got the egg charm, that will make a massive difference for you. Like for me, I don't have the oval charm, so collecting eggs actually takes a lot longer than it should do. So if you've got the oval charm, which I think you can get in it in SwSh once you've completed the main story. Definitely will make it a lot easier for you. Just be aware. It might be like a 50+ hour shiny hunt, depending on how lucky or unlucky you get. Gravy says that Vulpix hunt permanently traumatized you. It did a little bit. It did. Just a little bit. I mean, I feel like I've recovered from it now. And moving forward on like future challenges, I won't be like constantly referencing it or like constantly thinking about it, because it'll be a new challenge, you know? Like when we do the Shining Pearl, but I can only use prehistoric shinies, I won't care if something goes over odds, because it will be a new challenge. I think I just, for this one in particular, I'm kind of like, okay, I've kind of paid my dues for this challenge. I don't feel like I should over-challenge myself, because that Vulpix was the equivalent of 6 shinies, all at the 1 in 4,096 odds. So yeah. Lara, welcome back. How are you doing today? It's nice to see you again. And Calamari says, you want to start it sometime this year just to test your patience. Yeah, it's a good shout, to be fair. Definitely a good way to test your patience, I reckon. Yeah. Trying to think of one that I've had that's a bit like that. I think for me, the thing I wanted to test my patience on was like the BDSP briefcase, and then I got really lucky, didn't I? And it shone in 100 encounters. But I remember when I started the BDSP challenge, that was my first shiny hunt in that video. And before that, I'd only ever shiny hunted in Let's Go Pikachu, Legends Arceus, and Pokemon Scarlet. So I really jumped in at the deep end, because that's one of the worst ones you can do, for like full odds wise. But I was determined that I was going to do it, and then I got really lucky anyway. But I say I was really determined. I think I've told this story before, but I did want to test my patience with that one, but I think that if that 99... I think if that Chimchar hadn't have been shiny after 99 soft resets, let's say it took... Say I'd got to 5,000, I don't know whether I would have carried on, you know. I think I might have... Because it was such a massive difference between what I was used to. I think it would have made me question whether I should be doing a BDSP like video. And I might not have done Shield if I hadn't finished BDSP, so I got lucky really that one did work out. Because as soon as I found that shiny Chimchar, my brain kind of was like, well, you've got to finish the video now, because you can't let that go to waste. That's some of the most insane luck that anybody will ever see. So you've got to do it. You felt like the Sinjo Ruins hunting Heart Gold Soul Silver will truly test your patience. Is that the one where you get like the level 1 Dialga Palkia Giratina? I didn't know those could be shiny, to be fair. That's pretty cool. Oh, Gravy, that's a very good question. A shiny challenge nobody's ever done. Has anybody ever shiny hunted Arceus for every type, all 18? I don't know. I don't know, but I assume that would be really difficult. Because to shiny hunt... the only way I know to shiny hunt Arceus, at least in the newer games, is to have the Azure Flute in BDSP. But then then you've got to beat the game, haven't you? As well, to like get to Arceus, I think. So you'd have to like beat the game 18 times and shiny hunt it 18 times. Like, that's just, ooh, that is a lot. But it's doable. Probably just very, 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 very time consuming. Like years and years of your time, probably. Did I swap those eggs over? I did. Whew. Lara would like to ask, if you were to play Sword and Shield, is there one that I think, or we think, is a better play than the other, or even just exclusives? Very good question. I don't know really. There's not much differences between Sword and Shield, really. The story's pretty much the same. It's very like older Pokemon games where it's just the box legendary that's different. What I would say for you is, it will be the version exclusives, and what I would do is, if you go to, I don't know if you've ever used Cerebi.net, but if you go to Cerebi and you look through Sword and Shield, and you have a little look at like what the Pokedex is like, and sorry, not the Pokedex, what the version exclusives are, and then just see which one you prefer, because I don't know whether you're going to play the DLC as well, but for me, I played through Shield for this shiny hunt, and Sword really had more Pokemon in it that I probably would have liked. As an example, Persimmon is unique to Sword. Sirfetch'd, which is a Pokemon from this generation, is unique to Sword. And I think there was one or two others as well. So yeah, I would say it more comes down to what version exclusives you prefer, because story-wise and like all that kind of stuff, it's a negligible difference. You know, it's not like anything huge. It's just I think the only thing I can think of, unless someone in chat can help me, that aside from version exclusives, is that there are 2 gyms in Sword and Shield that will change the gym leader and like the type of Pokemon they'll use depending on the version you use. So if you're playing Shield, Gym 4 will be a Ghost type gym leader, and Gym 6 will be an Ice type gym leader. If you're playing Sword, Gym 4 will be a Fighting type gym leader, and Gym 6 will be a Rock type gym leader. So that's another difference, but it's, that's just kind of, you know, I'd say that's quite small, but just worth having a little look at and seeing which one you prefer. Yeah, there might be some good videos on YouTube as well that just kind of tell you the differences. So definitely worth just having a little like research. I can't think of anything personally beyond version exclusives and those gym leaders, but I am notoriously not good at remembering stuff, so always best to check. Ham, welcome back. I am all good, thank you. Very happy that we found Chinchou yesterday. Very happy that we're looking for Tyrunt today. Hopeful that it will be shiny today, but you never know. How are you doing? Oh, nice, Calamari. You're playing Sword because you're reserving Galarian Ponyta for your Shield badge quest in the future. Awesome. So you've got a good plan there. Oh, awesome, Lara. So you're going to play Sword and then compare the subtle changes when the video releases. Lovely. Well, yeah, good shout. And I think, to be fair, I think a lot of people tend to gravitate more towards Sword anyway. I think Sword was the more the more popular one of the two. I don't know why I picked Shield, but Shield was the game that I purchased when it first released. So I'm playing on the same cartridge that I bought back in like 2020 or whenever it was that it released. So way before I had a channel, and I had no idea when I bought that cartridge that I would be using it for YouTube. But that's pretty cool, I think. Stefan, hello. Not seen you in ages. How are you doing? You've just hunted for shiny Jumbo Survivor, and you got 10 shinies in one sandwich. Oh my god. Congrats. That's massive. Did you get the Jumbo? Or did you just get the... Did you just find 10 shinies that weren't Jumbo? Gravy says that you always say you've got the memory of a goldfish. Me too. Me too. And Zach, welcome back as well. Good morning to you. How are you doing? I hope you're still feeling all good. The posture is improving. We've not been streaming for too long, about 3/4 of an hour, and 50 eggs hatched already. That's not too bad. We're flying through these, really. We're a fifth of the way through the ones that I collected. I'm very hopeful that it's going to shine before they run out, but Riolu did go to 800 plus, so I don't know. Riolu was over odds. Honedge was way under odds. And the only other Masuda I've done that I can remember, I did do a Masuda hunt for Rowlet years ago, but that was, I can't remember how many encounters that was. The only other one I've done was Apom on BDSP, and that was 155. So I'm pretty hopeful that it's going to be sooner rather than later. Oh nice, Stefan, one of them is a Jumbo. That's awesome. So you have got it. Congrats. Calamari, great question. Do I have any other plans besides ZA when I finish this this shiny challenge? My other plans are... I've got quite a lot actually, and I don't know how they're all going to fit in. Some of them really depend on when ZA releases, because I don't know what the release date is yet. That's the only problem. So the ideas that I've got are a Scarlet, sorry, not Scarlet, blue, Indigo Disc, shiny only run, because we've just done the Teal Mask, so I do want to finish that story up and sort of make a video on it. Shining Pearl, but I can only use prehistoric shinies, and that one's going to be a full Masuda Method run, because it pretty much has to be. But the way that's going to work is, so prehistoric Pokemon obviously is a little bit subjective. You know, most people would say that's probably just the fossils, but I'm going to extend that in Shining Pearl to be anything that is like officially sort of classed as prehistoric or looks prehistoric. So Relicanth is pretty much classed as prehistoric, even though it's not a fossil Pokemon. So is Claydol. But then also you've got Pokemon like Meganium, which is very sauropod-like. You've got Yanmega, which is like a giant dragonfly, and that was, you know, that's definitely a prehistoric kind of creature. So I think I've picked out like 16 Pokemon that are going to be a part of that video. And what we're going to do is, it's going to be a badge quest using shiny prehistoric Pokemon that I will breed for. However, before each badge, or after we've just beaten a gym, we'll spin like a wheel, or we'll have like a randomizer, and it will tell us what our next shiny is going to be. So there's going to be an element of, yeah, the shiny hunting won't be as exciting because it's quite like, it's just Masuda. The exciting part will be I'll be given a Pokemon and I have to beat the game with whatever team we sort of end up with. So I could end up with an amazing team, you know, I could end up with like Aerodactyl, Claydol, Meganium, or Venusaur. Or I could end up with like, I'm trying to think what Pokemon, what other Pokemon were in there that weren't very good. Like, I don't think Armaldo would be particularly useful. Kabutops might be like a bit of a difficult one to use. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be dependent on things like that. So that's going to be a fun video. But the only thing with that is I don't know how long that's going to take. So again, it's dependent on when ZA releases, you know? If they say ZA is only releasing in like September, which I very much doubt, it's probably going to be earlier than that, then we'll have time to do it. If they say June or May, I don't think so. I don't think we'll have time to do it. So, there you go. I've got lots of ideas. I've got about, I don't know, 10 videos planned, something like that, that's, that will take me a long time to do. So, some of them are like full odds shiny hunts in Arceus, or Scarlet and Violet, or Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Some of them are like 100 hours using the Poke Radar, or searching for specific shinies, you know, like videos that aren't just me beating the game. But it's all time, isn't it? You know, sometimes you just, I just don't always have time to get them all in. And I as soon as ZA releases, I'm just dropping like whatever I'm on to go and play it. So yeah. So good question, Calamari. Sorry, I went off on a tangent, but yes, good question. Hope that answers your what you wanted to know. Lara says, wait, the shiny mix in blue, that's so nice. Yeah, wait till you see Tyrantrum as well. Tyrantrum is like unbelievable, like really good shiny. Stefan got 2 Jumbo Survivor, very nice, congratulations. Board, welcome back, dude. I feel like I've not seen you in a while as well. Probably last stream was the, maybe not the one where we found Combi, the one before that. How was your like holidays and everything? And same for anybody else who I've not spoken to since, you know, like, let me know how your Christmas and New Year was, how your January's been so far. Zeke spot on with Relicanth, yeah, definitely. Relicanth is going to be in there. I kind of secretly hope that I get Relicanth because it's a really good shiny. It's a little bit like Tyrunt and Tyrantrum actually. It's a very similar colour scheme. Awesome, Calamari. I'm glad you like the prehistoric idea. I mean, I love Jurassic Park, don't I? And I love dinosaurs, so I knew that was one that I wanted to do. Ham's day has been good. You bought a new Warhammer model. Brilliant. See, I'm not. I'll be honest. I don't really know much about Warhammer. But is it like, what is the model based on within Warhammer? Pretty much all I know of is like the Space Marines, and that's about it. And Zach, I'm very, very sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. hoping it's 65 for the 65 million years ago reference, but no, it's not. Unfortunate. Also, you know, yesterday when I talked about, I don't know who was here, but yesterday I talked about the cake that I bought from that shop that is really close to where my new house is going to be. They also had these really, I've never seen these before. It was Fanta, but it was like in a little like metal sort of like can, but it's like not like a regular can. It's like a metally kind of one, and it's all in like Japanese. So it's like Japanese Fanta, but it's really nice. It's called Iced Peach. I've never seen it before. Really good. Look at how cute that is. Just a little can of. I've never ever seen anything like that before. I had to get one. It's like £2.50 as well. But I was like, I've got to get this. Bizarre. Very tasty though. Zeke reckons 250 eggs or so. Well, do you know what? I would be very happy if it was 250 eggs because I think I've collected 253 or 251, something like that. So so hopefully it's just before we run out. But we'll see. Calamari, good question. What is a dinosaur that I'd like Game Freak to base the design on? Ooh. I don't know if they've done... I don't know if they've done anything like this, but I would like something that would be... it's not technically a dinosaur, I guess, but like... You know, like a Dinosuchus, like a massive crocodile. And I know we've got Crocodile, but I don't really feel like that's the same. I don't feel like that's what it's based on. I'm talking about more like a proper one that kind of is a bit more like Skeledirge looking, but like, yeah, I'd quite like that. Or a Carnotaurus. I think a Carnotaurus could be very cool in a Pokemon game. Yes, the red velvet cake, Lara. Yes. Ice Peach actually sounds so good. You always get a bottle or two of the lemon Fanta in summer with some ice. Very nice. Yeah, Fanta, all the different Fanta flavours in summer is great, isn't it? Zeke says for £2.50 it better be tasty. Yes, it is. It is expensive. Very expensive. But I've just never seen it before, so I had a look on the shelf and I was like, I've got to get that because that is very unique. Where I live, it's never anything like that. I never see anything that's like even remotely from, you know, another country or imported or anything. It's always just regular stuff. So I saw that and I was like, yeah, I'm getting it. It's I can't tell how much is in it, but it looks like it's less than a can. It looks like it might be like 250, which isn't a lot. 1p for every mil. Not ask, welcome back. Tyrunt, yes. Tyrunt is the next one. The penultimate one, actually. This is our last kind of normal shiny hunt. Oh, I must have hatched. Mustn't have done the count then. So yeah, let's hope that it shines soon. Lara, you only know the Dinosuchus because of Arc. That's fair. That's fair. I only know it from. Actually, I tell a lie. I know it from two things. One is, does anybody remember the Lost World, Jurassic Park: The Lost World the Sega video, kind of like arcade game. It used to always be in the arcades when I was on holiday, and it was one of those games where it'd have like a shotgun or something that was like next to the machine, and you'd shoot at the screen, and then you'd have to shoot off the screen to reload. There was a Dinosaur in that, and better than that, there was a series in Britain, I think maybe on the BBC, but I can't remember. Oh no, it might be ITV, called Prehistoric Park. And it was kind of like Jurassic Park-ish, but it was hosted by a guy called Nigel Marven, who is like an animal expert. And I think he dabbles in kind of like prehistoric creatures as well. And he was the presenter. And the idea of the show was he had this piece of land that he wanted to turn into a dinosaur park. And he had like a time machine, like a portal that he would go back through, and he would try and bring dinosaurs back into our time. But really, he was just kind of like educating the audience on, each episode would be a different dinosaur in a different period of time and what the world looked like at that time. Really good series. If you've ever it's probably on YouTube now because it wasn't like massively popular. I highly encourage you to watch. It was good. I have a signed copy somewhere in my house, thanks to my wife. And she also got me sort of like a Cameo. If you've ever heard of Cameo, it's like a video message thing from celebrities. She got me one of those from Nigel Marven as well, for my birthday a couple of years ago. Very cool. Zeke would like them to fix the fossil Pokemon from Sword and Shield, given they're confirmed to be mixed up. You'd like to see their actual forms. I agree, that'd be brilliant. Totally brilliant. Would love that. Zach wishes Baxcalibur kept the Spinosaurus from its pre-evolution. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of Baxcalibur. It kind of lost me. I liked the first two forms, and then it gets to its final form, and I just kind of went, oh, looks a bit generic to me. Jurassic Park Survival is the next dinosaur thing Not Ask is excited for. Yeah, me too. That'll be a lot of fun. As long as it's good. I feel like it's one of those games that, I think I said this in Discord, but I'm gonna wait and see what people say about it before I look at buying it or doing anything with it, because it looks like it should be great, but that's very often the case with these games, especially when they get delayed and they get sort of pushed back and you don't see anything from them other than cinematic trailers. It makes me very suspicious. It's a shame, really. I feel like whenever you're a fan of something that's quite big, like Jurassic Park or Star Wars, you kind of... I look at things and I think it seems like it would be so easy to just make a game that would be really good. You've got the audience, you've got the background, you've got the lore, you've got even how things should look. How do you mess that up? But greed, corporate greed, and money, and rushed, time scales and all that stuff. That's what happens. We'll see. Zeke used to love Dinotopia. Where's Dinotopia? I feel like I have heard of it. Or watched a bit of it. Was it, Was Dinotopia like a show where people... It took place on in a distant land, and people were in charge, but they used dinosaurs to like get around and fight each other and stuff. Was that the premise of the show? I can't... Hidden world of a city filled with dinosaurs and people lived side by side. Yeah, I think I do know what you're talking about. I think I can remember it. Damn. Yeah, very cool. Did anybody ever watch anything called Primeval? It was a British show. And the concept was every episode, like, prehistoric creatures would come through to the modern era. It like through like what they called anomalies, which were basically like sort of like holes in space and time, or they were like dimension portals or whatever. And they would sort of control them and keep people safe and all the rest of it. It was a weird show, that. It was good. But a weird show. Thanks, Benny. I hope we get it soon too. And I hope Zach feels better soon as well. Angler says this United Brighton game is classic Sunday League. Crap, then. Is that what you mean? I'll be honest, I've not seen anything about how it's going, but I hope it's going. It's at least a good watch for you. Gonchi's just woke up. You missed everything, but welcome to stream. How are you doing, Gonchi? When you say you missed everything, do you mean you missed just today, or did you miss the Chinchou yesterday? I'm guessing you mean today. Zeke, you did watch Primeval. Yeah, Primeval was... Do you know what's funny, actually? I watched... Sorry, not I watched. I went to a Comic-Con once. In... I can't remember where it was. It was in, like, the north of the UK. And, I met the guy who played Connor, from Primeval. He was the guy who... he was in love with that woman who was from, was it S Club 7 or something, who was also on the show. He was like the geeky one. And you know what? He wasn't very nice. I didn't like him. Yeah, same here. It's been ages since I've seen it as well. I don't even know if it's on anything anymore. It was pretty good, to be fair, when it was on, but... Oh, nice, Gonchi. You're doing all good. You missed yesterday. Totally fair. You were working very late. Oh, I'm sorry. That's rubbish. I'm quite lucky, really. I work like 9 till 5, but it must be annoying having like different shifts and working till late and stuff. And then you watch UFC, and because you live in Germany, the event started at 4 AM, so you slept way too long. Damn. Oh well. I'm glad you're doing all good. I hope you enjoyed the UFC. And thanks, yeah, I'm doing all good. I'm a bit tired today. I don't know why. I woke up early this morning. We're like 7:30, and we booked. There's a place near my house that kind of like, it's like a storage unit, but it does what's it do now? It does like it's like a dog play centre. That's why I'm struggling to describe it, because it's like it's a bit of a weird concept, but it basically has like a little desk at reception, and then you go through into this area, and it's just like it's all like AstroTurf grass, and it's got like obstacle courses for dogs and stuff, and it's got like a ball pit, and it's got like a sand pit and stuff. So we booked this morning to go and to take Bucky, and he's so funny because he literally, right, we take him and there's all these toys and there's all these obstacles and stuff that he like should play with. You'd think that's what you're paying for, and all Bucky wants to do is we whenever we go, we take his like ball that he likes to fetch at home, and he just wants us to throw that for him and then go and fetch it and then run back to us. But it is worth going because you can throw it really far because it's a massive storage unit. Oh, excuse me. And if you throw it in like the ball pit or in the sand pit, he can't always like find it straight away, so he legs it around, and then he has to jump in the ball pit and like scramble through all the stuff to find the ball. So we've been and done that this morning, and yeah, and then came back home, had some dinner. My wife's just gone to work, and I've come to stream, but I am feeling a little bit tired. Probably because I'm just old, really, at this point. So you say you've met some content creators that you follow for other games and stuff. One just wouldn't look away from his phone when you went to meet him, very rude. Yeah, do you know what's funny is that is what he was like with me. I'm sorry to hear that they were like that with you as well, because that's just, I hate that. I think that's really poor. Yeah, I don't like that at all. But the guy who I went and met, exactly the same thing. Nobody was at his booth at all. Like, there was loads of people queuing for other people. You know, like I think Michael Rooker was there. You know, who played like Merle on The Walking Dead and Yondu in Guardians of the Galaxy, and he's done a million other things as well. And nobody was going over to the guy who played Connor. But there was an event going on like next to us for like Fortnite or something, and he was just like kind of watching that. He looked like he was bored, to be honest. But his booth was still open, so you could still go over and like speak to him and stuff and all that. And I went over to speak to him, thinking like he's not had anybody come over. He'll be quite like. I'm not saying I expected him to be grateful. I'm just saying like I thought he might have been a bit like, oh, somebody you like the show. That's really like nice to hear. Like, thanks for coming over. And he was just so rude. He was like I went over and I was a bit nervous because I was like younger, and I quite liked the show. And I was just speaking to him. I just like kind of said like, oh, I really like the show. I was a huge fan. Like, I used to watch it quite a lot. And I think, I can't remember what questions I asked him, but I was trying to ask him questions about the show. And he was just like, oh yeah, like it was really good. And then he'd just like turn to look back at the Fortnite thing and just blank me. He was, I can't explain it. I feel like I'm not doing a very good job in explaining it. But he was not very, receptive to people like meeting him at all, and I thought, why are you even here? Like, probably because he's run out of money and he just wanted a bit more. But yeah, I just thought it was poor from him. So yeah, it was £10 to get a picture with him or something like that. I thought he can stuff it. I'm not getting a picture with him now. I'm leaving. Oh, nice, Conchable. Congrats on your promotion. But yeah, it means you've got to like stay later and stuff. Yeah, that's I suppose positive. But I'm sorry you've got to stay like so late. I'm all for an easy life, me. I don't like, you know, like staying past 5 PM and stuff. So I always try and like stick to jobs where I can, you know, I can get home at the regular time and stuff. But congrats, seriously, on the promotion. Well done. That's great news. And you've got your own office? Sweet. That's pretty cool. Got your own office. Chuck some streams on. Well, I'm flattered, thank you. Calamari, when do I plan my next stream? Well, the only reason I've not planned them yet is because I didn't know what was going to happen today. Kind of, I thought we might find it today, and if we do, then I've got to well, I've got to beat the Champion Cup and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I thought I'll not plan any more streams just yet, because if I do have to beat the Champion Cup and everything, I'm going to have to do a lot of that offline, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to do it, etc, etc. So yeah. I'll let you know as soon as I know, which will probably be after today's sort of stream. Because if we've not found it, I'll plan them accordingly to carry on this shiny hunt. If we have found it, then what I probably will do is I will plan a stream, maybe just like one less stream next week, or 2 less streams, or whatever. I'll do like 1 or 2 streams next week that will just be like completing the like trying to like catch some more Pokemon to complete the Pokedex and Scarlet or something. I'll do something different to Sword and Shield, because I'm going to have to beat the Champion Cup before we start on Dynamax Adventures. If we do find it today and I get through a lot of the Champion Cup, then what I can probably do is on the next stream prep for Dynamax Adventures, because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to find Raikou on a Dynamax Adventure, and then I'm going to need to I'm going to need to, you know, like do that thing where you save the legendary that you're looking for. So yeah, it's all up in the air right now, but I promise I will let you know as soon as I can. Oh. Not Ask asks, where are the mods? So today, well, at the minute, I won't go into it too much, but Human can't make it at the minute. So just, yeah, Human won't be online for a little while. I don't know for how long, but for now, it won't be for anytime soon. And Demi is probably just, you know, time zones and stuff. It's quite busy, and probably just is busy doing other stuff. So, but I always said, you know, to both Human and Demi, they volunteered to be mods, which was really, really, really nice of them. But I always said to them, like, don't feel pressured to join every stream or anything, because, you know, I'm not the boss. You know what I mean? It's not like It's nothing like that. They were just doing me a massive favour by helping out, because they were on a lot of streams. And obviously I can moderate my own streams to a degree, so it's not a big deal. And you lot are always really nice. I never have any problems really on stream. Sometimes we have new problems with like new people, but it's very, very few and far between, you know. And if there is anybody that joins and is not very nice, I can ban them myself, so it's no big deal. And I'm sure Demi and Human will be back on again sometime soon. So yeah. Oh yeah, Gonchi, that's totally agree. Totally agree. That's and very, very good of you as well. Very responsible. So yeah. Congratulations and good on you as well for being such a good, you know, such a good guy, really. Calamari says, be careful, don't jinx yourself with this hunt. Yes. You clearly don't know me very well. I always jinx myself. I think I've done it for every single shiny hunt on this run. Which proves that jinxes don't exist, because a lot of my shiny hunts have gone well. Zeke, you've got the path for Raikou saved. Oh, nice one. That's a good start. Amazing. Brilliant. Well, what we'll do is we'll probably who did I give dibs to now? It's James and Human, and then I know Snorlad and Zeke, you both said that you wanted to do some adventures. So yeah, we can definitely, like I said, I don't know if Human's going to be around for Dynamax Adventures by the time we start it, because we're probably going to be starting it really soon. So yeah, so you might be sort of like first in, and I know Snorlad doesn't always, you know, time zones, again, it can be an issue. Same for James. So, so yeah, that's a really good start, thank you very much. Yeah, Gravy, yeah, I think everything's okay, but just, yeah, it's not, we're on stream, you know, it's not my place to share people's sort of like lives and stuff, but just they're not going to be around for like a little bit, but yeah, that's pretty much all. Have I ever banned anybody before? Yeah, I have, yeah, a couple of people, but not many, you know, it's just, like, I think we had somebody on stream during the Teal Mask who kind of like was just telling, they were new. I think they'd been here for like all of 5 minutes, and yeah, they like told somebody to like, I think they told one of the mods to like shut up, and I went, right, just ban them, get rid. We're not having that on stream. Awesome, Gonchi. And Chris, oh, welcome to stream, Chris. First time you've caught a live stream, 24,000 encounters for Vulpix. Jesus, yeah, that was a pretty horrible one. That took about 2 months, and if you look through the playlist on the channel for the Sword and Shield live stream shiny hunts, I think it's about 30. Well, this is the 35th stream. About 27 of them are for Vulpix. 27. It's ridiculous. So so yeah, Vulpix was not fun, but it sort of balanced itself out. I have had a lot of other good shiny hunts. None of my other full odds ones went over. The only other one that went over odds was Riolu for the Masuda, and that wasn't too bad. So yeah. Oh, BP! Oh, welcome to stream, dude. It's nice to see you. Going really well, thank you. Going really well. January has been very kind to me. I found Druddigon, Honedge, Chinchou, and now we're looking for Tyrunt. And then, you know, we'll only have one more shiny hunt to do after this one, which will be for a Raikou in Dynamax Adventures. So, fingers crossed, this video will be out sooner rather than later. You killed it with your Sword and Shield video. It was very, very good, and very fun watch as well. So I'm looking forward to putting mine out. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Gunchi says, speaking of the Teal Mask DLC, the video's great. You really enjoyed it. Awesome. I'm glad you really liked it. It's a shame, the Teal Mask video, because it was doing really well, and then it just went off a cliff. Like, it just stopped getting views for no reason. Don't really get why, but that is YouTube for you, isn't it? You know, it's very cutthroat. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun to do, and it was a lot of fun to make. So, you know, so thank you. Chris, imagine if you didn't end up using it. Oh, the thing is, when I was in the Motor Soak gym, I was going for Vulpix, Litwick, and Sizzlipede, so it could have been any of the three. Now, Vulpix was what I wanted. I didn't really want Litwick, so I think if I'd have got Litwick, I probably wouldn't have used it. Sizzlipede I would have used. But yeah, I'm glad that I got Vulpix. And to be fair, Ninetales has been very useful so far. So, it has worked out nicely. And good, I'm glad you can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, this one. I mean, it's been a great challenge so far. Like, I've enjoyed this one a lot more than BDSP, I think. Maybe a part of that is because it's been on stream as well. Like, I didn't stream BDSP, and I've streamed virtually all of this one. But yeah, it has been a lot better. And thanks, Gravy. It was a fun watch. I can't wait to get to the Indigo Disc next. I think I'm going to do that after Sword and Shield. And then depending on, you know, when ZA comes out, because we still don't know when that's going to be. Maybe I'll do the Shining Pearl Prehistoric Shinies, or maybe I'll just wait and hold off for ZA. We'll just see. But I've got about 1 million video ideas and just no time to do them all. We've flown through these, you know. We've been doing like an egg a minute, pretty much. I'm very glad that I collected them all. I think if I hadn't collected the eggs, I would be crying right about now. But we are running out. We're nearly at the halfway point of what I've collected. Welcome back, Noah. Are you all good? What are you working on at the minute, BP? I'm so glad that I've got the new bike, you know. I can't imagine having to look at that horrific Rotom bike. Like the original colours. Oh. No way, you've got a shiny Dino only vid coming out soon. Oh, beautiful. I can't wait to see that. That's amazing. And funny as well, because that was like I said, I'm gonna work on a Shining Pearl, but I can only use prehistoric shinies video soon. Hopefully this year, depending on ZA. But yeah, so weird timing. We've both like gone for it at the same, well, nearly the same time. I'm always like just a little bit behind you. You do Sword and Shield, and then I'm like right afterwards. Gravy, I did see that TikTok got shut down. Just in the US, isn't it? For now. But I think they're gonna get like a 4-week extension on it or something. I think when they do the swap over for like in the government, they're gonna do like a 4-week extension, so it'll come back for a little while. Pretty wild though. I'm surprised that that was passed and everything. Calamari, it's kind of funny how time stops whenever you use the ladders. You know what's funny is, I know exactly what you mean when you say that. With the, you mean like, because you'll be hunting for your mask near like Stow on Side, right? And that's where those ladders are. I know exactly what you mean. Everything just pauses, doesn't it? It's really weird. Yeah, the cool things about Shiny only videos is it always feels different. Yeah, spot on. It is. You can do like you can play an entire game, can't you? Like the same game so differently. You know, you can have a totally different experience. Same gym leaders, same Elite Four, same champion, same battles, all the rest of it. But because you've got a different team, it's just so replayable. It's the beauty of Pokemon as well, isn't it? It's why it's probably done so well over the years, because the level of freedom that you get in picking the team that you want to beat the game with is unparalleled. Ham, you've finished Season 1 of Breaking Bad last night and you thought it was really good? Awesome. It is. I spent a lot of time yesterday, didn't I, talking about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, but they are top tier television shows. So yeah, glad to hear you liked them. Yeah, Gravy, I think he is, but what I read this morning about it was that he's gonna let them like have it back for like 4 weeks, I think. But I don't know what that means. I don't know whether that means like 4 weeks to give them to come up with another solution, or 4 weeks to sort of let his administration decide whether it's a good idea to ban it or not. I don't know. But it is pretty wild. I mean, to openly say that you've got concerns that it's like going to be used for spying, I don't know, I find that really weird. But then again, there's a lot of things in politics and everything that's weird, and I don't know enough about it, but yeah, just seems strange. Calamari says, Pokemon has infinite gameplay loop. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And I agree with BP as well, the Scarlet and Violet make for very good games to do different videos on, because there's just so many different teams that you can build and sort of like themes that you can have and all the rest of it. I have struggled a little bit with Sword and Shield for, I think I've said this before on stream, but there's been once or twice where I've wanted a specific Pokemon. You know, like before I was saying I didn't want a Masuda Method hunt for Riolu, Honedge, or Tyrunt, but because I wanted those Pokemon, I've had to, because Riolu appears at like a 5% encounter rate, so it's just not feasible to shiny hunt. Honedge is a random encounter in the grass, so it's kind of like, it's mixed in with other Pokemon at a low spawn rate, and unfortunately you can't even use Magnet Pull because it's in the same area as Clink. And then Tyrunt's just too high of a level in the Crown Tundra for me to use this late into the game, so there is a little bit of an element of, in certain Pokemon games, you do feel quite restricted with what team you can build, because you can pick out certain Pokemon and then you get to them and you're like, oh, I can't shiny hunt for that one, or oh, that one's not available until, you know, like there's weather patterns in Sword and Shield, and I think Fog is only available in the post game, but that means you can't get like Pokemon like Clefairy until the post game, and it's like, why? Why would you do that? I just don't get it. But Sword and Shield at least do have a lot of Pokemon that you can catch. I just found shiny hunting wise it was a little bit restrictive, whereas Scarlet and Violet are kind of like games where you kind of, I feel like even if something's of a lower spawn rate, you see enough of them, don't you? And because you can see them in the overworld, it's not as difficult, so that's good. So yeah, totally agree. Yeah, the encounter rate was way too awful for a shiny Hornage, yeah. Especially the Nuzlocke as well. Can you imagine dedicating like months to it and then it just like dies? Yeah, I'd cry. You were a very, very brave man doing that video. Because I said Sword and I had Sword and Shield down as very easy games, and they are quite good to beat because they've got a lot of like TMs and stuff that you can pick up early on, and there's a lot of useful items and stuff, like you can get leftovers really early on, can't you? But I've struggled at points in this playthrough with certain gym leaders where I've like, I don't know, like I thought I would just go in and waltz the gym leader, like just breeze through it, and it's not been like that. Why is Fog post game? I don't know, to be honest. It's a weird one, but I have to assume that maybe they thought, because Fog is like associated with Zacian and Zamazenta, isn't it? So maybe it was to do with that. Maybe they just kind of assumed that would be like, maybe they thought that would be a cool weather pattern to put in the game once you've completed it. But I just don't like that certain Pokemon are hidden behind it. Strange. Chris says, to be fair, BDSP wasn't the best, but the variety in the Grand Underground is nice. Yeah, totally agree. Do love the Grand Underground. It's brilliant. One of the redeeming factors of BDSP. One of the only redeeming factors of BDSP. Gravy says the way they lock mons is strange, especially in Sword and Shield. Yeah, it does feel quite restrictive in certain instances. I have kind of been slightly frustrated here or there with certain Pokemon where I've been like I had a plan at the start of this game. I had a full plan for what I was going to get, when I was going to get it, and there's been quite a few times where I've got to a certain point and I've gone, oh, actually I can't get that because it's locked behind this weather pattern, or I can't get that because the spawn rate is crap. So yeah. Yeah, outbreaks or level 2 sandwiches to boost the encounters as well, definitely, yeah. Makes a massive difference, doesn't it? Compared to Sword and Shield. Even like Brilliant Aura, when we did the combi, I thought that would be really quick, and it wasn't really. It wasn't slow, don't get me wrong, it wasn't anywhere close to full odds, but it was... For 241 Brilliant Auras, it took me like... maybe like over 8 hours or something like that. It was quite a lot. Yeah, Chris, you can use magnet pull, like it will work, but because it spawns in the same like patch of grass as Clink, which is also a steel type, it kind of, I think magnet pull works more so on the one that spawns more often, because I had a similar problem with Dedenne. I was originally going to go for Dedenne instead of Chinchou, because I'll be honest, I just didn't realise I could get Chinchou. I would have picked Chinchou to begin with if I'd have known, but when I went to try and get Dedenne in the Isle of Armor, I had a Pokemon with Static at the front of my party, but because Magnemite and Morpeko were also in that area, so I isolate hunt Dedenne, it didn't show up anywhere near as often. Like it was still really rare, because it seemed to be pulling Magnemite a lot more. So Honedge would be the same sort of thing, because Clink is way more common. I think it would pull Honedge. Sorry, it would pull Clink a lot more than Honedge. Could be wrong on that one. But that's what happened with Dedenne. I was riding around the Isle of Armor, and it was like Magnemite, 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 Magnemite. Oh, there's a Dedenne. Magnemite, 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 Magnemite. Oh, it's a Morpeko. Magnemite, Magnemite. Do you know what I mean? So it wasn't really helping in the way that I thought it would. So yeah. I didn't want to risk the same for Honedge and end up with a shiny Clink instead of a shiny Honedge, because I really wanted Aegislash. I mean, it is the Sword and Shield Pokemon, you know what I mean? It's the one Pokemon in this entire video that I was like, I've got to get that one, because it's literally a Sword and Shield. Gravy says, it's a feature by Nintendo Premium Fog. Once you beat the DLC, you get Ultimate Fog. Yes, but only if you pay your monthly subscription. Yeah, Dedenne is tiny as well, so that'd be frustrating. To be fair, you're not wrong, because on the very rare chance that I did see like a Dedenne or a Morpeko in the grass, I couldn't tell which one it was. So but it all worked out for the best, because Lantern was originally going to be my was it my third or my fourth shiny hunt? It was going to be way earlier in the challenge, and it was going to be through fishing encounters in Hulbury. But when I looked at Hulbury, it turned out that the encounter rate for a Chinchou was like, I don't know, it was like 15%, and even if I used static, it only boosted that to like 65, 70, which is a lot. But I didn't feel like it was enough to risk it, because I probably would have ended up with like an Arrokuda or a Goldeen or something like that, and I didn't want one. If you don't pay for the subscription, you're locked out on Mega Charizard Z. Oh god. There better not be a Mega Charizard in, said I swear to god. And I actually really like Charizard. Like, really like Charizard. I'm not one of those people who's like, you know, I hate it because the Pokemon company uses it so much. I just don't want to. I just don't really want to see it for a little while. I want it to just chill. Give something else the spotlight, please. I'm so intrigued and curious to see what happens in ZA, you know. I really can't wait to see it. I just can't, it's so hard to like envisage what it's going to look like, because originally I thought it was going to be 100% set in the past. You know, like Legends Arceus, and the more sort of like little like rumours I hear, or the more little things that I see, I'm like, ooh, I don't know if is going to be in the past, and I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know, just set in Lumio City. Is it going to be in the present day? Is it going to be in the future? I don't know. I'm just itching to see what it is. Oh, not at all, Lara. Not a pain at all. So, Dynamaxing is, like, they're called, like, gimmicks. So, you've got, like, Mega Evolution that happened in X and Y. Made your Pokemon more powerful. Gave them, like, better stats and stuff like that. Z moves were in Sun and Moon. They were, like, you'd get, like, a special kind of move you could only use once per battle. And it would be really powerful, and it would have like certain effects added to it and stuff. Dynamaxing is Sword and Shield's gimmick, and basically what it is yeah, the Pokemon grow really large, but they also gain a lot of HP, so they get way more HP than what they would ordinarily get, and they get access to powered up moves called, like, so say you had like an electric type move, it would be called Max Lightning, and it would have like a power ranging from like 100 and maybe 110 to 150 or something like that. Now that lasts for 3 turns, Dynamax, so you get to stay in Dynamax form for 3 turns, and then your Pokemon returns to normal unless they're knocked out in Dynamax, in which case they're just knocked out like usual. And that's pretty much it. Oh, I must have hatched 5 then. They're just kind of a way of making your Pokemon one of your Pokemon more powerful in each battle. You can only really use them in gym battles, the Champion Cup, which is like the Elite Four kind of thing, or in raid dens, which are like, do you see that red beam of light there? They come out of these things. And you can battle against like strong Pokemon in them, and you can Dynamax in them as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They're really simple, to be fair. Whenever you do battle against a gym leader, they will Dynamax one of their Pokemon. And then there's a special version of Dynamaxing called Gigantamaxing, which is like, the Pokemon gets like a different design instead of just being purely bigger, and they get even more HP. And they might get access to like a special move that does something, like they call like a G-Max move. So not just Max Lightning, it'd be like G-Max Inferno or something like that. And that's pretty much it. They are quite simple, but the key to using them properly really is to use them at the right time in battle. You know, like, you're supposed to save them for like the right moment and then use them. I've got, as part of my rules for this run, that I actually can't Dynamax, which makes things a little bit more difficult for me, but makes things a lot more fun as well. As an example, Riolu took down Raihan's Dynamaxed Duraludon. It might actually be the Gigantamax Duraludon with a max power reversal, and that was very, very cool to watch. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, about Eevee being something that you want them to milk in ZA, and it is. Calamari's right. It is supposed to be the year of Eevee, so there's every chance we could get a new evolution or something. CL, welcome back to stream. You're currently doing a shiny water run in Pokemon Shield, and you're currently hunting for a shiny Wimpod. Very nice. Oh well, good luck with that. I hope you find it soon. How have you been doing? Calamari, that would be really cool. I think it would break the game, but it would be really cool. Basically like journeys, you know? Pokemon journeys. If we could have all of them, can use all of them in a battle. Oh, Chris likes the idea of a Pokemon game set in a giant city. You love exploring regions, but the cities and towns always feel underdeveloped. To be fair, very good point. It would be nice to have, and I do think Lumiose will be in ZA. I think it will be big. I think they will put a lot of focus on the city itself, because if the goal of the game is to rebuild the city, it has to be special. You know, it has to be big, and it has to be something that they really put a lot of effort into. So I fully agree with that. I think for me, the only reason I don't want it to be solely in the city is because if there's no outside regions at all, or no areas you can go and visit, I think it'll get quite repetitive, just being stuck in a city. I feel like a lot of the environments would feel samey. What I always love about Pokemon is, you know, the journey and all the places you can go and visit. Like in this game, you've got the wild area, which is huge and it's great, but then Hammerlock looks very different to Motorstoke, and then you've got Balonlee, where it's like this kind of like little town in the middle of a huge mushroom forest, and you've got Wyndham, which is this massive sort of like sprawling city, and you've got Postwick, which is this tiny little town that you start in. And I just think what makes them really unique is that they do actually look very different, and yeah. So that I do want it to be in a region, but I would agree. I would love if they gave a lot of care and development to Lumiose in ZA. I think that's needed. Very good point. No probs, Lara. Gravy says, at least the Charizard push isn't as bad as the Gen 1 of the other game you like. I don't know what you mean, to be fair. Sorry, I feel like my brain can't get it, but maybe I haven't played what you're referencing. CL, have you found the Wimpod, or are you at 407 for searching it? Sorry, for searching it, for looking for it. Oh, Jake, good question. What do I think the starters will be in ZA? I don't know. I really hope that it's starters that we haven't... I don't want to see a Gen 3 starter, really. I don't want to see a Gen 4 starter because they had Arceus and BDSP, so definitely not. Don't want to see a Gen 1 starter. I wouldn't mind if they had a Galarian starter. I assume that it's going to be like Legends Arceus, where the Kalos starters are sort of available to catch in the wild. You know, like how the Gen 4 starters were in that game. So I'm going to say no to Kalos, because I think they'll already be there. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Johto starter. Maybe like Meganium or Feraligatr. Well, sorry, Chikorita or Totodile. I wouldn't mind seeing a Gen 5 starter, like Tepig or Snivy. Probably Snivy, more so. So I'll go Snivy, Totodile, and Scorbunny, maybe? I don't know. That's what I would like to see. As for what I think we'll see, I reckon maybe Torchic. Maybe Poplio or... No, actually no, I'm going to go Poplio. Torchic, Poplio, and... do I go Chikorita? Or do I go Snivy? Snivy, I reckon. Yeah. What do you think they'll be? Vass says, Ballonly is still one of your favourites to this day. You wish they expanded on it a tad more. Me too. Good to see you, dude. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, me too. It looks gorgeous, Ballonly. But it's just not very, it's not got much depth to it, has it? Like, you can walk around the whole thing in like 30 seconds and then be like, alright, I'm gonna head out. So, Zeke would love to see some Shadow Pokemon again. Maybe we could follow on from the Colosseum character, yeah. I would love a sequel to like Colosseum or something. I can't believe they've not done that. At some point over the years. Like, what? Why? Think of the money that they would make from a Colosseum remake. Or a continuation or a sequel. Nuts. Yeah, crazy how Pulsewick only has the main character's home and Hops home. Yeah, it is a little bit basic. Sword and Shield, I kind of like that in general, aren't they? I think that the towns are smaller than they've ever... Not ever been, but they're definitely like... They're definitely underdeveloped. But they look really good. They look really, really good. So, it's a trade-off, isn't it? But... BP no probs, thanks so much for stopping by. It's really good to see you. And thanks for the good luck as well. Good luck for your shiny dino video. I can't wait to see it. Chris says it'll be starters who don't currently have megas. Oh yeah, very good point. Didn't think of that. So Torchic, probably not. But I reckon a Johto starter, a Gem 5 starter, and a Galarian starter then. The ones that I want could work out. Maybe. Oh, sorry, okay, Gravy, I get you. Sorry. Maybe it's because I've not seen it, that's why. Reintroducing Shadow Pokemon would be a pretty cool surprise. Yep, definitely would be. Oh god, it would be amazing. I did have a little look at what was it now? Gale of Darkness. You know, like if I had to basically I was having a little look at GameCubes. I wasn't seriously contemplating it, but I thought like if there was a way I could get it to connect to my computer so I could like maybe stream Colosseum or something. This is going to be in the very distant future if I ever get around to it. And you can get a GameCube in like pretty good condition for not too much. Like it's pretty expensive, but it's not like I could do it. But when I had a little look at it, while the GameCube isn't that expensive, Gale of Darkness is. It's like it's a ridiculous amount to get a hold of a copy of it. Colosseum's not too bad, but Gale of Darkness is insane. Oh, hiya, Wolf. You woke up an hour ago. Yes, I am hunting for a shiny Tyrunt. So yeah, we found Chinchou yesterday, didn't we? So straight on to the next one. Yeah. Already overtaken Honedge. Nowhere near Riolu, but fingers crossed we'll find it before then. Jake says a lot of rumours are going towards XY starters. To be fair, if it's not set in the past, like Legends Arceus, then I suppose that would make sense, because Kalos in the present would give an XY starter, wouldn't it? But then, I'm a little bit torn on this, because for me, I was so excited when they released Arceus, because it was like a new concept, wasn't it? You know, it was like, think of the stories they could tell. Celebi, Kyurem, you know, like any of the old legendaries. Think of all the games they could make where they would go back in time and show you how, like, the legend developed, and you could play a direct part in it and all the rest of it. If ZA is just present day Kalos, and it's like a sequel to XY, then it's basically just XY2. And I don't see why they've slapped a Legends tag on it. And especially if the starters are X and Y starters, my thoughts on that would just be like, I don't know. It's a shame. It's like it would be a missed opportunity, because what they could have done was carried on that same sort of theme from Arceus and like let the XY starters be catchable in the wild, but give us starters paired together that you would never usually see together. So I guess we'll see. We don't know for certain, and let's be honest, I'm gonna love the game either way. But yeah, I just hope that it hasn't lost the charm of what made Legends Arceus so good. I hope that it's like, it's still got those, like, that draw, the thing that made me love Arceus so much. Guess we'll see. Oh, totally understand, Gravy. Don't worry. I'm sorry if I've not gotten it very well. But yeah, I totally understand. It depends, to be honest. Depends which game. Sorry, which map you're playing it on. But I'll be honest, it's been like a year. Probably well over a year, maybe a year and a half since I've played Jurassic World Evolution, so I'm a bit useless at the minute. I've forgotten everything about the game. But you can certainly try and ask me something, and I'll see if it jogs my memory. Will I be buying the Switch when it releases? Sorry, Switch 2, yeah. Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably on release day as well. Probably day one. Because I just want to make sure I've got it, you know, so that as soon as ZA comes out, I can just start. So yeah, I will be doing. I'll be pre-ordering it as soon as I can. I don't know if they've given us any information on pre-orders yet. I'm assuming not, because it was very, like, last week's video, and it was like truly our first look, wasn't it? But yeah. What about you? Will you be buying the Switch 2 when it releases? Jake says, with it being made in a city, you wonder how they're going to have Pokemon in the wild. Will they have underground Pokemon like Diamond and Pearl, or the biomes like Scarlet Violet? Well, that's kind of what I was saying before. I'm hoping it isn't just the city, because if it is just the city, I think that will make things it will make things like that difficult, and it will make things feel a bit samey. What I'm more so hoping for is the city to be quite big and us be very involved with rebuilding the city, but we have to go out into the world to like scavenge for like resources and bring things back and help rebuild the city, you know, by... So what I had in my head might not be what everybody wants, but I was kind of hoping like you might go to the city and they might be like, oh, we really need like this certain type of like iron ore or something that only grow sorry, not only grows, that is only sort of seen in this specific mountain range, but there's been a tale of a very strong Tyranitar that lives around that area, and it's fiercely guarding the iron ore. We haven't been able to get anywhere near it. Could you go and get it for us? And then your journey would be, you know, you would go out into that area of the world and you would try and find where the Tyranitar was, and you'd either have to beat it or you'd have to do something else, like maybe the Tyranitar's like fiercely guarding it because there's been poachers in the area and they've been trying to take its children, and then the mission changes from getting the resource that you originally wanted to going defeating the poachers and driving them away, and then that's how you get access to the ore. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like that's more what I want from the game. I don't want it to just be like, oh, we're just stuck in Lumio City for the whole game, and you can't leave and you can't go and do things. Like I want us to be involved in the world, and I want us to be exploring the world and all the rest of it. So, totally agree, Calamari. Me too. Just hoping it doesn't disappoint. Zeke and Chris are wondering if we'll get alphas or wild megas instead of alphas. That's a good prediction. Could be. Zach won't be buying the Switch 2 unless you've got a reason to. Fair enough. Yeah, it's hard to know at the minute, isn't it? Whether, like we've said, we don't know whether... We don't really know anything about when ZA is coming out, what it'll be available on, all the rest of it. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea to be cautious about buying it and seeing how things play out first. Unfortunately, I am not capable of that. Yeah, would love that, Zeke. Totally agree, that would be awesome. Calamari, yeah, more than sensible choice for as to whether you'll buy it or not. I mean, I've had my Switch 1 since it first released, and it still like serves me so well. So yeah, I'm just gonna go straight for it. I'm gonna buy it and then see how it turns out. Any advice on managing your scientists and to make the smart dinosaurs not break out all the time? Ooh, I don't know about the intelligent dinosaurs. Advice on managing your scientists would probably be to don't buy ones that you don't need in the beginning. So like, don't overspend, basically. All you've got to do is start the game with a couple of scientists that have like the altruistic trait, so they cost a lot less money, or like what else is there? The traits where like they just get like a boost to certain like skills and stuff. Don't overspend, because they drain a lot of your finances in the beginning. And then you can always fire some of them later down the line and like build to better ones, or you can train them up when you've got enough money saved up. So yeah, that would be my advice. Oh, I like that, Chris. you wonder if there'll be the city centre as your home area, and then different districts could be where you travel to. The districts could be a mixture of buildings and wildland. That would be pretty cool if there was, you know, that kind of system. I would be more than happy with that. Yeah, because at least then it would give it would give you a fresh sort of experience in each district. I would be totally fine with that. But I just don't know what it's going to look like. And I'm saying all this, I'm saying that I wouldn't be happy with it being in a city, but I haven't seen what it looks like yet. You know, if the trailer released and it was just purely in Lumiose City, and I played the game and I found that I actually loved it, you know, that would be totally fine by me. I'm not saying that I will be stubborn about it, is what I guess what I'm saying. I will play the game and I'll try my best to enjoy it, and hopefully I do enjoy it, but the only game so far in my Zigzagoon, the only game so far in like my last, 25 years of playing Pokemon that I've not liked was Scarlet and Violet, and I actually came to like them in the end, so I reckon I'll like it. Snowlad, welcome stream. How are you doing today? Jake, you're a sucker for new gadgets. You've got to have anything new. See, I'm like that with certain things. Like phones, not so much. Phones, I'm like, oh, well, my old phone will, you know, do for now. I'll swap it out when it gets a little bit older. But consoles, I do find that like if there's like an OLED coming out, or if there's like an Xbox like Slim or whatever, or PlayStation Slim, I'm not that bothered about them. But if it's a new console, like it's like, you know, like literally like the Switch 2, I find that I can't pass it up. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm like, no, I'm getting that. I work 40 hours a week. I'm not a very frivolous person. I deserve a new game console every 8 years, or whatever it is. I mean, when the Switch came out, it was like 2017, 2018. So I got my money's worth out of this one, and I'm sure I'll get my money's worth out of the next one. Zach said, could ZA be post-apocalyptic after Lysander 1? It could be. Somebody else had a good theory about that in the chat yesterday, I think. Somebody did say that it could be an alternate universe or an alternate dimension where Lysander 1 and you've got to sort of rebuild. I don't know. I never got that vibe from, you know, the teaser trailer where it was like all the blueprints and stuff. I got the vibe from that the blueprints and the drawings were what they wanted Lumiose City to look like, and XY where Lumiose is like fully realised. That is the aftermath of you building the city up. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I assumed when I first saw that trailer that it was taking place in the past at some point, and the whole point was that you were going to rebuild the city. Sorry, not rebuild the city. You were going to expand the city and turn it into what you see in the present day in X and Y. But people keep saying that it's not in the past, and I feel like if there's enough rumours floating around that it's not in the past, maybe it really isn't. So I don't know now. My theory's kind of shot. But But yeah, I got the vibe that it wasn't like a post-apocalyptic kind of situation. I got the vibe that it was more like Lumiose City is undergoing a reconstruction, and we want you to facilitate it. Basically, like you're gonna rebuild the city. But then that does seem like a bit of a not boring storyline, but kind of just basic. I don't know. Snorlads, you feeling better today? Not stressed. Awesome. That's good to hear. I think sometimes a good like chill stream like you did last night is perfect for that, isn't it? You know, puts things into perspective a bit. Chris asks, what's my favourite Pokemon game? Heart Gold, Soul Silver are yours. Very good pick. Heart Gold, Soul Silver are brilliant. For me, it's Legends Arceus. I would say that Heart Gold, Soul Silver and Platinum are like a close second. But yeah, Legends Arceus for me. I don't know what's so special about it to me, but I just love it. Oh, that's a good point, that Calamari. The originals are just so charming. Love that. And I agree. Yeah, I get that, Lara. Yeah, it feels like it would be a weird time to buy a Switch when you know that the new one's coming out very soon. So yeah, I get that. I don't know, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that you can just kind of hold out until the Switch 2 comes out, maybe, and then see how you feel. The good thing for you is that you haven't played a lot of the newer games, have you? So actually, in a sense, it's a really good time for you to be getting back into Pokemon, because while everybody else has already played all of the current games and will have to spend a lot of money on a Switch 2 if they want to play the new stuff, you could wait until Nintendo Switches are a lot cheaper. Get a first generation Nintendo Switch, play through all of the current games that are, the older games that are from the first Switch, and then when the Switch 2 comes down in price, then you could think about getting that for the newer stuff. But yeah, it's totally up to you, and I do understand the problem that you're kind of facing, because I wouldn't want to get a new console if I knew it was going to be replaced later that year. Totally. Jake says, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are epic games. You also like Fire Red and Leaf Green. Oh, they were so good. It brings back memories playing those games. Yeah, I loved Fire Red, Leaf Green. There was something very charming about those games as well. Yeah, nostalgia is just an amazing feeling, isn't it? I have so many memories when I think of the older Pokemon games that are just so like, there's no other feeling like them, in a way, where you kind of remember being sat in the car playing Fire Red and Leaf Green on the way to like a holiday or something like that, or being at home on a weekend and having like the TV on and just sitting there playing on your DS after school. It's a weird feeling. Chris says Legends Arceus is probably your favourite Switch game, but there's something about the Johto region that you really like. That's fair. I mean, Johto is where I started. That was the first generation I ever played, and I loved, Silver and Crystal, and then Heart Gold, Soul Silver, so I totally get it. Yeah, and to be fair, I think I like Arceus so much because it reminds me of Johto a little bit. Because when you look at all of the different Pokemon regions, um, you know, like Kanto has quite a few cities that are quite like modern. Hoenn has quite a few cities and modern aspects to it. So does Sinnoh. So does oh my god, I've forgotten what Gen 5 is. Unova. Kalos. Alola's a bit of an outlier, it's very different. Galar's the same. I feel like Johto doesn't really have that many Pokemon. Sorry, not many Pokemon. That many towns and cities that are modern. It's a very like. What would the word be? I can't get the word, but it's very. Nope, I can't get it. I know what I want to say, but I just can't get the word. It's Johto has so much like folklore to it, and it's got a lot of sort of old timey places that are like that haven't quite, traditional. Perfect. It's a great description. Traditional sort of like towns that don't they're not modern. There's no like how in Hoenn you've got like the space program in Moss Deep, or in Kanto you've got the Silphco building in Saffron City, and like there's no like high tech places or anything like that really. I know there's like Goldenrod, you could have maybe like an argument for that is, but everywhere else seems very traditional and very kind of behind the times, and everyone talks about things like, you know, like these old folk tales and the story behind the Burn Tower and the legendary beasts, and I just think they're really Johto has a lot of similarities to Hisui despite them being from very different points in time. I think visually speaking, and definitely when it comes to the music and maybe some of the characters as well, I just think that they're actually quite similar, and that's why I think I like Legends Arceus so much, because it probably reminds me on a much deeper level of Johto. And it's no surprise as well that like my favourite generation of Pokemon is Sinnoh. So yeah. I think obviously Sinnoh and Hisui have a lot in common because they are basically one and the same. But I do think that Sinnoh and Hisui have a lot in common with Johto. So it's no surprise really that those are some of my like favourite games. Yeah, I think you've all hit the nail on the head with like rural, traditional, those kinds of words. Feudal. I can't say I've heard of feudal, but I would love to learn what it means. Oh, I agree, Chris. I would have loved for a Let's Go Johto, but sadly not to be. I don't know how you guys feel, but I think sometimes the Pokemon Company likes to surprise us, and I think if somebody comes up with an idea in the fan base and it goes like viral, I think they take note of it a little bit and they're like, right, well, we're not doing that. As an example, trying to think of other concepts, like Legends Arceus, when that first came out and people loved it, people started talking more and more about what kind of sequels there could be. and the first one that popped up was like Legends Celebi, and people made like concept art for it and like little sort of dioramas and things in like 3D where it was like a cutscene or whatever, and it looked great. It was one of them things where you were looking at it and you were going, if they made this, I would buy this in a heartbeat. But then they announced ZA, and I don't mind ZA because I'm really looking forward to going back to Kalos, but I do think sometimes they see people, or they see the fan base like really wanting a certain thing, but because they've already kind of come up with all their own concept artwork and ideas and stuff, they kind of think, yeah, we're not going to do that now. Don't know whether that's complete conjecture on my behalf, by the way, but I don't know. Yeah, be anything that's a remake, I wouldn't count under that sort of umbrella, because I think remakes are obviously like going to go in the order of the region that, we all know that like if they're going to do another remake, it's going to be Gen 5. They're not going to skip Gen 5 because that is chronologically the next one. But in terms of like other games, they've literally done Legends Arceus. If they were going to do, I don't think they would do a Legends Celebi now, because I think because it's out there in the world, they kind of, I think they look at it genuinely, go, right, well, we're not going to do that now because that's, people are expecting it, or that's what people think we're going to do. I think they want to put their own stamp on things. Which is totally understandable. But it's sad, in a way, because I would have loved to have seen Legends Celebi. Me too. Let's Go Johto would be unreal. And it would really suit it as well, to be fair. It would totally suit that kind of format, Johto. Because Johto was quite a basic region, wasn't it? It was a very fast story when you think about it. I know that's because it's got the whole post-game of Kanto as well, but like, it wasn't a very deep story, or a region with tons to explore in it. The only thing that made Johto any good, really, was the fact that you could travel to Kanto afterwards. I think people would have been more disappointed with Gold and Silver and Crystal if it was just the Johto region. So yeah, it would really suit a Let's Go game. Because it's small enough for them to... I think it's small enough for them to do it. But big enough for us, and really interesting enough for us to kind of play through. I don't think we'll get another Let's Go game though, to be honest. I think it was very unique because it was clearly based on Pokemon Go, and it was clearly there to lure in new players. It was there to bridge the gap between people who played Pokemon Go but didn't play the main series games, and people who played the main series games but didn't play Pokemon Go, because you had aspects of both in there. So you could, if you were a main series player, you might play Let's Go Pikachu and go, oh, actually, I quite liked that. I think I might play Pokemon Go. I actually really enjoyed that experience. And if you were a Pokemon Go player who didn't play the main series games, same thing. You would play Let's Go Pikachu and you would go, oh, this is what Pokemon games are like. Oh, I'm gonna get the next one. I'm gonna get Sword and Shield. Yes, Zeke, I agree with that. You hope ZA does Legends Arceus some justice. However, you would like to see some improvements because battling felt a bit clunky. It was more of a catch game that battles, yeah, it was a little bit of a unique one, wasn't it? I agree with that. I would like the battle system to probably change back to normal. I actually did really like the battle system, but I think it would be better in the normal system. And I'd like to see them make a return to like egg hatching and stuff as well. You know, like add in some features that we actually add in the normal games, as well as that. Chris says Legends Melmetal coming next. You heard it here first. Oh god. You never know. Although you've said it now. You've said it, you've jinxed it. They won't make it now. Snowlad needs a modern Johto game to play because it's so expensive to get a 3DS capture card. Yeah, it is. I've looked into it before. It used to, there used to be a company that did that service. You would send your... But it was all legitimate because people who made content actually did it. And you would send your DS off to them and they would put the capture card in and then they would send it back to you. But it was like a proper company. It wasn't just like, you know, like somebody on eBay or something. It was like a legitimate operation. So you could trust in it. But they've ceased trading now. They don't offer the service anymore. So I think it's become, you know, quite difficult actually to get a hold of one in the same way, which sucks. And Zeke says, in addition to that, for Legends Arceus, perfect for shiny hunting, and the story was great. Yeah, totally agree. Music as well. Music was unbelievable in Arceus. And the catch system, you know, just the fact that you can walk around, run around. Yeah, God, I love it. Calamari would love to see a spin-off where you become a gym leader, or maybe a champion level trainer of sorts. Yeah, that could be quite cool. They had a similar sort of concept. It wasn't fully realised, not like what you're saying there. In, I think, Sun and Moon, where once you became champion, people would come to challenge you, like in the Pokemon League. So, like, characters that you'd met before throughout the story would take on the Elite Four and then try and challenge you. And you'd have to, like, defend your title. But it was, as you can imagine, it was kind of just like a little addition in the post-game. It wasn't anything huge or massively interesting. Jake's just started a new playthrough yesterday on Let's Go Eevee. It's been a while since you've played it. Has some of the best graphics too. Yeah, it does, to be fair. Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee look really, really good. They do. They do look really, really good. A lot of people hated them when they first came out. I think now people are a little bit more appreciative of them. It's always the way. But I think that's because, you know, people have seen the poor graphics in, you know, parts of Sword and Shield and a lot of Scarlet and Violet, and have kind of realised that Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee weren't that bad. You know, they were pretty basic, but they were meant to be basic. And do I ever think they will port the older games to Switch too? They'd make a fortune if they did. The only downside to the older games now are the prices. Yeah, I've spoke a lot about this in the past. I can't tell you how much I would hope for them to port the older games. Like, they did something similar on the 3DS. They had the virtual console releases of Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And then they've never done anything since. You can get a couple of games. I think Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is available if you've got a Nintendo Online membership. That's the older one, like the red and blue teams. But yeah, none of the older games like Emerald and all the rest of them are available, unfortunately. And the really cool thing about when they did the virtual console releases of Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal on the 3DS was they were compatible with Pokemon Bank. So you could actually get, like, a Celebi from Pokemon Crystal and transfer it into Bank and transfer that up into Pokemon Home and have it in one of the modern games. Really cool idea. I don't really know why they won't do it with the other Pokemon games, like Emerald or Platinum or Black and White or Sun and Moon. The only reason that I can personally think of, because, like you said, they would make a fortune, and they would make a fortune. Don't get me wrong. Think of the money they would make. Think how many of us would buy, like, all of the old games that we wanted to buy, because they don't make money on the older sales now, do they? Like, if you buy a used copy of a Pokemon game, you're buying it from, like, you know, like a GameStop or a CEX or something. The only reason I can think of as to why they wouldn't put them on the eShop is that they would lose money on remake sales in future, because if you went onto the eShop today and you could buy, let's say you could buy Black and White, right? Or you could buy Black 2 and White 2. And then in 3 years' time, they announce that there's going to be a remake of Black 2 and White 2, or Black and White. Would you buy the remake, or would you just keep the one that you've got that was the older version? I think a lot of people would keep the older version, and I think that's the problem. But that's just a total guess from me. It's just the only reason that I can think of, unfortunately. See, Snowlad says both, and I would buy both. But I don't think everybody would, and I think that's the problem. Like if you were a casual Pokemon player, and you kind of saw that, the Black and White were, let's say you hadn't played Pokemon for years, right? And you saw Pokemon Black and White that came on the store. Do you think that you would buy... I don't think people would buy both. We're all saying both because we're big Pokemon fans, but the general public probably wouldn't buy both. They would pick the reduced price older version for nostalgia from their childhood or from when they were younger. That's my opinion on it. That's what I think they would do. And I think that's why they wouldn't risk doing it. However, like I said, that's just a guess from me. I don't really know why. And the only reason I say that is because why wouldn't they do it then? Do you know what I mean? Like, if it would make them a ton of money and they own all of it and it would be really easy to port and sell, why wouldn't they do it? There must be a reason. There must be a reason, because it's a no-brainer for everybody in chat saying now it's a no-brainer. So why don't they do it? I think they're worried that it would cannibalize sales and that people would buy one but not the other. And the amount of people, if you go on Instagram, guys, and you look at Pokemon, like if you look at like a Pokemon like the official Pokemon channel or whatever, and they they'll put things on posts, the amount of people who will say, "Oh, the older games were better. Why do you release the new games? They're not as good." All that stuff. Those people would only buy the older one. I don't think they would buy the new one as well. So I don't know. That's what I'm sticking with personally, because I just can't think of another reason. Oh shit! I've already got the eggs. Calamari, trust me, they're not worried that you'll be broke. Trust me on that one. The complete opposite of worrying whether you'll be broke. They would rinse you dry if they could. What am I talking about? Rinse you dry? That doesn't make sense. But they would take everything if they could. But tell me, here's the thing: if you guys can tell me why you think they're not available, I would like to hit, because I just can't think of a reason. DR says, why is DC losing the poll? Batman beats the whole of Marvel. I don't know how many votes we've got on the poll now, to be fair. 44 votes? Wow. Didn't realise that many people have been on stream, to be honest. Awesome. Well, I think DR... Welcome stream, by the way. I think it's just preference. That was more what the poll meant. Was, what do you prefer? You know, do you prefer DC or do you prefer Marvel? I don't think it... Well, I didn't put it... I didn't mean it to be like, you know, would DC beat Marvel? I meant more like, what do you prefer? So I'm going to guess that that's why people have interpreted... That's what people have interpreted the poll as. He says, we're all going to be broke buying the new Switch. Yes. Maybe they're waiting for the Switch 2 as a sales pitch. Well, maybe, but then why haven't they released anything on this? I mean, the Switch has been out for like 8 years, and they did red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal as the virtual releases on the 3DS. So they've had 8 years to release something. You know, they could have released Sapphire, Ruby, Emerald. They could have released maybe not Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, because they've obviously had BDSP and Legends Arceus. But they definitely could have had like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and they haven't. So I just don't. My brain looks at that and goes, what is the reason? Because it seems like a no-brainer. I would buy both. You would all buy both. Most Pokemon fans would buy both. It seems like it would be an easy thing to do. So I don't know. The only thing I can think of is, like I said, the cannibalization of sales from the general public, who might choose something that the, you know, where nostalgia plays a part. Now, we do have the Pokemon trade card and game for Game Boy on the Switch one. I apologise, you are correct. They knew the economy would crash so hard the Distortion World would open. But they'd have all the money in the world. I don't know, guys. Listen, you all could be spot on. You know, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not the fact that people would buy one and not the other. I just can't figure out what it is, what the problem is. You know, because it just, to me and to all of you, it seems so obvious, doesn't it? But then again, I suppose that's a problem, isn't it? That's the thing with everything. I always look at things and think, imagine if they just do this. You know, like, in my head, I can't believe that we haven't had like a Walking Dead game where you have an open world like GTA, but it's The Walking Dead. I can't believe we've not had something like that. It seems so obvious that people would, you know, buy something like that. But we've not had it. You know, there's tons of things that I suppose as like just like a regular person I look at and I go, why wouldn't they put all the older Pokemon games on the Switch to buy? Like, it makes so much sense. It would make so much money. But maybe there's a lot of reasons that we just don't know about. I don't know. Zeke says they did Stadium 1 and 2 on Switch. Yeah, you're right, actually. I did see that the other day. I was kind of shocked. I hadn't seen anything. I didn't know they were there until I looked. Oh, I would love to see Pokemon Pinball, Calamari. I used to love that. It might just be as simple as that they are planning on remaking all of them. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe, Nathan, welcome to stream. Hiya, dude. How are you doing? And James as well. No problems if you're not here for very long. Thanks for stopping by. You were my good luck charm yesterday, so maybe you are about to save me from Masuda hell. True, DR, very true, very true. But I suppose, yeah. There's been a lot of Walking Dead games made, though, as an example, but they just never seem to get it right, you know? Chris, good point, could be waiting for the 30-year anniversary. Very, very true. And Demi, welcome to stream, dude. Just stopping in to say hi, you got some things to do today, no problem. Well, thanks for stopping by. And, yeah, I hope you have a nice day. Awesome, Nathan, you're playing through as well. You want to do one more full playthrough of Shield before the new system, but you need a trade. Ooh. Well, I can't help you out because I'm streaming, but we do have a Discord. It's in the About section of the channel, so if you want to hop on there, you can always feel free to leave afterwards if you don't want to stick around. But if you want to put on the Discord in the trading section, see if anybody wants to help you out. Somebody might do. Sadly, you don't have Discord. Damn. Think you're out of luck then, dude, unfortunately. Oh, we're nearly out of eggs. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm going to have to start collecting them again. Oh. The pain. Nice, DR, you're just getting back into the whole Pokemon scene. I'm glad that the stream's here to help. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And thanks, Demi, as well. Yeah, I hope I find this Tyrunt soon as well. I mean, we've only been going for 3 hours, and we've hatched 235, so that's not too bad. Nearly at half odds now. Nearly. I'm not really looking forward to collecting eggs again. I spent like maybe 2.5 hours last night collecting those 250, and it was not the most fun, I'll be honest. But at least, I don't know, It's more for you guys. I don't want to. I know egg hatching itself is a little bit boring, but at the very least, you know, I'm just riding around. Every egg that I hatch is exciting, isn't it? It could be the shiny. Collecting eggs isn't really exciting. It's not even like you get the payoff of there being a possible shiny. So, yeah. I jinx myself yet again. I always do. I always do. But I've said I don't think jinx is real. Listen, for me, I constantly jinx myself, and the ratio of when it punishes me and when it doesn't punish me is very slim. So so I'm sure I'll be okay. Thanks, James. I hope so too. Demi says you got to throw on a movie or watch some anime when collecting. I agree. I was watching last night while I was collecting. I was watching Salt Factory. I was watching his. I've watched it a million times. I've watched all of his videos a million times. But I was watching him review The Outer Worlds. So that was nice. But the actual collecting is always a bit boring, even when you've got something on in the background. Because you've got to pay enough attention to when she does it. When she does it, you know. DR asks, is Pokemon Shield the best one for Switch? You're in the mood for playing a Pokemon game again. Ooh. Tough question. I like, I really like Legends Arceus, that's my favourite. But I wouldn't necessarily advise it to be somebody else's first, I guess, because it's got a very, like, it's not like traditional Pokemon, like you can, there's a lot of almost like... What kind of game would you guys class it as? I would class it as like an action game almost, where you've got to like actually be good with the controls. Whereas traditional Pokemon is very like, you know, it's just the strategy of beating the game, isn't it? You don't have to be very good with the actual character in the overworld. But Arceus you kind of do. So yeah, I don't know if I would recommend Arceus, but it is really good if you're into any kind of action games and you don't mind that in a Pokemon game. You would have a lot of fun, I guarantee it. But yeah, if not, Sword and Shield's a pretty good one to get back into the franchise with. Jake says only takes one encounter to get that shiny. Very true. Very true. Only one. I'm very guilty of not looking at shinies like that. I always I kind of look at things stupidly, really, because I'll kind of be like, oh, you know, the first, say it's 1,000, say it's 1 in 4,096 odds. The first 1,000 I always dislike because it's like, it just feels like I've made no progress. Between 1 and 2,000 I start getting a little bit excited. And by the time I get to nearly 3,000, I get to a point where I kind of almost feel like it's guaranteed. I'm like, oh well, it's going to show up soon, because it's 1 in 4,096. Dumb, because it's not, that's not how it works. But that is how I view it every single time. And I can't really stop myself because I know that the way I look at it is wrong. But that's the way I sort of feel every time I start a shiny hunt. And then once it goes past full odds, I kind of just don't really feel anything. Then I'm kind of a bit like, oh well, this could take forever. So, Ham, you're starting the drowsy hunt up again. Good luck. I hope you find it today. I've got a good feeling for you. I reckon you might find it. You've been doing it for a while. Oh, nice, Snorlad. You found a 3DS XL capture card for only $118. That's not bad at all. And then are you going to get someone to, like, install it or something? Calamari, if you reach double odds in a 1 in 8,192 hunt, you start to cry, but once you've passed 20k, you feel numb. I know how that feels. So I would agree. Good question, Chris. What has been the quickest shiny hunt? Hard to say in some aspects because I never really used to count like encounters in Legends Arceus. So if we're talking about like actual encounters, probably the 99 soft reset Chimchar is the quickest. I mean, that was insane. There's potential as well that there was when I used to hunt in Legends Arceus, in that video, there was an instance where I started looking for outbreaks, and I think I went to an area and the first Pokemon that spawned in was a shiny Budew. And it was literally like the first one in that whole area. So, like, literally one encounter. So maybe that one. I don't know, but I would be more inclined to say that it was Chimchar because I actually counted for Chimchar. You know, I probably went to a few outbreaks before I found that. Before I found that random like 1 in 4096 Budew, so it probably wasn't the fastest in terms of encounters. Might be in terms of time, but not encounters. You're gonna self-install it. Okay. That sounds like a sensible idea, for sure. Well, good luck with it. Oh, Calamari, your fastest was a Hoothoot in Heart Gold. That was a shiny after only 64 headbutts. That's insane. Insane. And thanks, DR. Crossing 2 fingers for everyone's shiny hunts. James's fastest was 2 Larvesta. You just started the Shining Power Sandwich, turned the camera, and 2 spawned right away. Awesome. Does Red Gyarados count? Yes. Yes. Although I think everybody in the world would have Red Gyarados in that instance. Oh, I'm glad they've got good instructions for installing the capture card. Oh, maybe I could do it as well then. Although I'm not brave enough to venture into 1 in 8,192 shiny hunting yet, I don't think. Maybe one day. Maybe when I'm retired. Chris, you got Octillery in 3 encounters. Oh my god, that is amazing. I'm really hopeful that one day I will get like just like a really fast shiny hunt. You know, like I'm talking like within 5 encounters or something. But we'll see. And then you spend 8 months hunting a Mienfoo so it evened out. Oh, brutal. I'm not surprised, Calamari. Not surprised. 64 is crazy. Wolf's trying to breed for a shiny Larvitar at the minute. That's awesome. And Snorlad, your fastest was 7 Citoddles in 5 minutes during the events. And James was there as well. Nice. I think probably similar for me. Anything that's like an event like that, I've found my shinies like ridiculously fast. Yeah. I mean, the Pikachu in the teal mask was like if you were talking encounters, that probably was the fastest one I've ever found. But I don't, because the odds are a lot lower. Not that I wouldn't necessarily count it, because I think it absolutely counts. But I reckon, I don't know. I reckon it's expected that they're going to show faster, isn't it? Whereas like I think if you've done like the longer ones, obviously you're not expecting him to show straight away. So I'm going to stick to keep in mind as like that Budu or the Chimchar, I reckon. Zach, you're trying to get a shiny Yamper. Very nice. I do quite like Yamper. I'm not as keen on Boltund, but I do quite like Yamper. Zeke, yours would be for Reshiram last night. First encounter via Dynamax Adventures. Yeah. Oh my god, how bizarre that you ended up finding your fastest ever shiny, like literally last night, and now we're talking about it. Crazy. I agree, that would be really cool, Calamari, if they made a mythical that was responsible for Shiny's like existence in the Pokemon world. Would agree with that, Chris. The longer you hunt for something, the more valuable you end up finding it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget this Vulpix. I have a 24,000 encounter Vulpix with Pokerus. That's probably the rarest thing I've ever found. And it came from a gym. So that really is the trifecta of like, just insanity. I will always remember that Ninetales. You're not brave enough for 1,8192 yet. No, me neither. Me neither. I think if I was to buy a DS with a capture card, well, actually, I have a DS. I just don't have the capture card in it. I've actually got a really cool DS. I'll show you all because I've got it like literally right here. I've got pop figures here as well, but my Mewtwo just constantly falls over because it's not like I've got Lucario. That's, oh god, Lucario, but it's on like a little stand. But Mewtwo doesn't have a stand, so Mewtwo kind of just falls all over the place. That's my DS. It's the Pokeball one. It's really cool, and the Pokeball button. Don't know if you can hear this. You can press the Pokeball button in. Really cool. And that's what it looks like, just on the inside. It's beautiful. Really nice. Yeah. But I don't have a capture card for it, unfortunately. But if I was gonna do a capture card sort of thing, I would probably just play the games normally and make movies out of them, a bit like what Matt does, and what I want to do with the newer Pokemon games, you know, like ZA and stuff. I want to try and make them into like little movies if I can. So maybe one day I will go back and like retroactively play the games and do big, long sort of journeys and reviews in them without shinies. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, I don't know. DI, you've never got a shiny in Pokemon, only a Charmander on Pokemon Go. It's still pretty cool to get a Charmander. It's fun. Charizard's got a really good shiny. Really good. And Jake, you got a Cyndaquil after 6,547 in Heart Gold. Very nice. Do love Cyndaquil. It was my first ever Pokemon that I like chose, so. Wolf, your first ever shiny when you were just training at your Pokemon that you found during the story was a shiny male Budu you named Baby. It was now fully evolved. Very nice. Roserade is a pretty underrated Pokemon and shiny, I think. I really like it. And Mine was really good in the Legends Arceus run. It's a shame that I got an adamant one in BDSP, otherwise I might have used it, but... Heart Gold Soul... You think Heart Gold Soul Silver starter hunts are a good entry point to 1 in 8,192? Yeah, because they're quite like, they're quite quick, aren't they? The Heart Gold Soul Silver ones, from what I've heard. So, that helps. You know, they're quite fast-paced. And nice, James. Your wife's got the same DS. That's awesome. It's a really cool one. I've had it for a long time now, really, actually. But it still works all good and everything. I don't really use it all that often anymore because, you know, we're on the Switch a lot. But it would be fab if I could. I just wish there was an easier way to like get it to like capture footage and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's a bit annoying that you have to like install a capture card inside of it rather than with the Switch. You can just use the HDMI, can't you? That will just go into the capture card. It's so simple, but just not simple with the DS, unfortunately. And Snowledge, you've got a Crimson Red new 3DS XL. Oh, brilliant! That's pretty cool. I used to have a 3DS XL. They're really, really good. That one's not quite an XL. I don't know what it's classed as, but the XLs were awesome. I think I've got a DSi XL somewhere, and the only reason I've got that is because I bought it from CEX, and they left the previous person's account on it, which was really frustrating because they're not supposed to do that. That's like the one thing that they're supposed to make sure that they don't do. And I didn't realise when I first bought it, because when I first bought it I just wanted to play Pokemon, so I didn't like look at the eShop or anything. And then I tried to look at the eShop, and it was like, oh, you need to put in your password. And I was like, what password? I don't have an account. Like, shouldn't I just be able to like create an account like from scratch? And it was then when I realised that unfortunately they'd always had the account on it. And when I took it back to CEX, they were like, yeah, we can't do anything. Like, we don't know whether you've done this or whether you've bought it, because obviously I like, this was years later, so I didn't have the receipt or anything. Really sucked, but yeah, so I've got a DSi XL somewhere. Gravy, no probs at all, no probs, just I hope you're doing okay. But yeah, don't worry about lurking, that's all good. It's nice to have a good old lurk, isn't it? Just have something on in the background. And you're still really supporting, so thank you. Jake, you've still got your old 3DS XL in blue, very nice. They're fantastic. I think I had a 3DS XL in blue as well. Can always use mints for bad natures, even in BDSP. Yes, that sounds right. That does sound right. I think mints in BDSP maybe you have to pick up in is it in like the battle towers and stuff? You can't get them in the before the post game sort of thing. But still, it's there. You think originally shinies were rare in universe because their colours make them make their evolution rate disadvantageous? Oh, interesting. Though you think by Gen 3 they scrapped the idea. Yeah, you make a good point, to be fair. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, post-game only in BDSP. It's a bit challenging, isn't it, BDSP? Doesn't surprise me. I don't even think you can reliably get hold of mints in like Sword and Shield before the post game. I could be wrong, but I feel like it's not like they're not super common. They're quite common in Scarlet and Violet from what I remember, but that might be me just not really remembering sort of what it was like to play through Scarlet and Violet before the post game. I might be attributing that to the post game. You bought it with Pokemon X. Got ya. Oh, that would explain the blue. That's pretty nice. Chris, i.e. Sneasel being bright pink doesn't help it hunt prey in dark caves. Birds being brighter colours make them easy to spot. Ah, yeah. Very cool. Very, very good reasoning. Yeah, and then I think that makes sense, like you said, after Gen 3 they kind of scrapped that and just went with, you know, them being a rarity that people would want to look for. Yeah. Randomness, welcome stream. Is Mewtwo shiny locked in Pokemon Let's Go? I'm pretty sure that it's not shiny locked because I know somebody who did shiny hunt for it and I'm sure they found it. James, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure Skipper found a shiny Mewtwo, didn't he, in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? He saw free set for it. So I'm sure it's not shiny locked. Ham asks, what will I name the big blue T-Rex and why? So I'm going to name him after, well, if it's a male, after Robert Ford, who was like the sort of like the creator or the owner of Westworld. He kind of made the park what it was. So yeah. I'm sorry, Angler. I know they're not doing very well, are they? Recently, have they lost today? Yeah, a lot of people confirming Mewtwo not shiny locked. So you're all good. There you go. Good luck with the hunt and randomness if you are going for a shiny Mewtwo. Zeke says mints are scattered all over Isle of Armor, if you remember. Oh, awesome. I must have just missed them when I've been going round. But yeah, that's great news. It's a shame that I have missed them, because I probably should have used them earlier on, but it's all good. I've made do. Yeah, nice, Jake. Yeah, it's a good shout. I think when I eventually do a Let's Go like Pikachu or Eevee full odds run, I'm probably going to do the same. I'm going to try and like soft reset for a legendary at the end. I don't know how easy or difficult it is, but I know that some people have said to me that it was painful doing it. So yeah. Right, guys, it's been 3 hours and 11 minutes, and I haven't taken a single break, so I'm going to go and have a break, water the piranha plants, get a snack, because it is getting on for tea time, and get another drink, and then I'll come back. So I'll probably be about 10 mins, and then we'll carry on. So yeah, I'll see you soon. Hello, I'm back. Oh, fueled up a little bit on Maryland cookies. The food of champions. Alright, let me just... excuse me. Get a Maryland cookie stuck. Let me just check. See if I've missed any of them. Angler asked if I was going to do max laws for the Let's Go full odds. No, I'll just do literally like full odds, so I won't be able to do anything to affect the shiny odds. It will just be 1 in 4096. And Ham, yeah, James is right, you have to keep catching the Pokemon, at least the way I understand it. Had a lot of arguments with people in the comments of the Let's Go Pikachu video, where people have been like, you're wrong, you don't have to carry on catching them. The way I've always understood it, and the way I sort of read it, was that if you if you catch 31 and you just stand around and wait for the Pokemon to spawn, you're just waiting at the full 1 in 4096 odds. Obviously, you see a lot of Pokemon in the overworld, don't you, in Let's Go Pikachu, so you probably will find a shiny sooner rather than later, because they're still quite common. But the catch combo, if you keep, like, you know, catching each species, what happens is, at least again, the way I understand it, is you catch a Drowsy at 32, so number 33 that spawns in will be at the 1 in, I think, is it like 341 odds or something like that. If you let that one despawn, the one that spawns in afterwards will be 1 in 4096, and same for every other one. But if you catch the next one that spawns in, and carry on catching them, and keep that chain up, then each next spawn will be the reduced odds. And I found it to be pretty consistent, to be fair. If you did get a chance to watch my like Pikachu shiny on the run or anything, it was a lot of my catches were between like 2 and 300 or 1 and 200. Like they were really quite fast. So, but I think the problem with Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was there was a lot of misinformation when the game first released. There was a general understanding of the way shiny hunting worked, and it wasn't actually the way it worked. And then a lot more stuff was revealed, but it was revealed like 2 years after release. So the community seems pretty split on it, really. And James, no problem. Going AFK for a bit, getting some lunch. Enjoy the lunch. DR, thanks for the welcome back. You're feeling a shiny's on the way. Me too. It's got to be soon. I was hoping it was that one, so I would look cool. Ham says it's 1 in 291 with shiny charm, you think? Furs. I never got the shiny charm in Let's Go Pikachu, so I don't know what it is, but that sounds like it would be right. From like down from 1 in 341. And Wolf was scared by an ad. I'm sorry. Did it just make you jump because it was loud? Oh, good question, Jake. I'm pretty sure to complete the decks on Let's Go, you have to be able to have either both games, or you have to do trades, because it's got version exclusives, and it's a little bit of a pain, Let's Go, as well, because in most of the games, let's say if you wanted to complete the decks in Scarlet and Violet, you could, in theory, trade over some Pokemon from like Sword and Shield. You could go through Pokemon Home and do that. With Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, it's really particular about what you can trade into it. I think usually you can only trade Pokemon that have been in Let's Go with Pikachu and Eevee before. It's a bit annoying. Because I know there was somebody on stream a few weeks ago who wanted a Vulpix. They only needed a Vulpix to finish off their decks. And I was like, oh, I should have a Vulpix knocking around. Like, I'll trade one to you. And it wouldn't let me trade anything to him. Like, I had one from Legends Arceus, I had one from BDSP. It just wouldn't let me. So yeah. Yeah, spot on, Wolf. Ham says, do you think it's easy with Let's Go because you can get Pokemon from Pokemon Go? That is true. You can transfer them in from Go. That would probably make your life a lot easier. Yeah, good shout. Oh, Ham, was it you with the Vulpix? Sorry, I'd forgotten who it was that I was trying to trade the Vulpix to. I didn't realise it. Excuse me, I didn't realise it was you. Oh, nearly just choked on Maryland cookies that I'd already eaten. Will I try to full odds hunt the Alolan Pokemon in Let's Go? How does that work? Do you have to? Is it like through the trading? I mean, maybe. It just depends how long everything takes, really. I'm not really, the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee full odds run is like, it's in my head, it's something I want to do, but it's so far away that I've just not really got like a plan for it or anything yet. But if it's not too time consuming, you know, it's not like a really like long one, then yeah, probably I'd be up for doing that. I'm glad you got the Vulpix in the end, Ham. DR says Marylands are goated. Yes, they are. They're very good. They're very, very good. They're too good. They like eat a whole pack in one go. Good. James's lunch was corn. Can anybody guess what country he lives in? I already know, so it would be cheating for me. Calamari, can you remember the trades for the Alolan Pokemon? Were they very time consuming, or were they kind of like quite fast to do? Oh, Ham thinks I'll get the shiny in under 300. I bloody hope so. I would love to get it today. It'd be nice to start next week knowing that I found 2 shinies in one weekend and, you know, 4 overall in January. I think next week, it depends on what happens today. Yeah, it depends on what happens today. If we get the shiny today, next week I'll probably do like 1 weeknight stream and 1 weekend stream. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen if we don't get it. I don't know what I'll do then. DR says, in your head, the number 288 keeps popping up. Oh, if we find it on 288, you need to go and buy, like, you need to put some numbers on the lottery, and like, whatever numbers you see in your head, put them on. It's not as long as Briefcase Simulator in BDSP. Okay, so it's not too bad then. We'll see. We'll see how that one goes. It's hard to know because it could be like it could be a long time away. You know what I mean? The order in which I want to do videos so far is I want to do this Sword and Shield run, then I want to do the Indigo Disc run, then I want to do Shining Pearl, but I can only use Shining Prehistoric or ZA. And then after that, I want to do a Shiny run in ZA, and then I want to do Legends Arceus full odds, and probably then Let's Go Eevee full odds. But that's so long away, it's really hard to like plan. Because so many other things could happen, you know. Angler says it's going to be under 1,000, but for your prediction it's going to be 856, which is only 9 away from Riolu, which was 865. Zach says, I like how most of the fossil Pokemon have good shinies except for the GM5 fossils. Yeah, they're kind of, they're a lot more subtle, aren't they? It's a shame, really, because I actually really love Archeops, but its ability is like obviously a massive letdown. And I would actually be up for using it if its shiny was better. I think if it had like a really good shiny, I would try and use it. But as it stands, it's really just a disappointment all round. Do we reckon I will find a Star Sparkle for this Tyrunt? It does favour Star Sparkles, but my Hornedge was supposed to favour Star Sparkles as well, and I got Square. Could it be back-to-back Square? In Gen 5, Archeops was huge for the beginning of the competitive meta. Interesting. Was it really like really usable or something? Was there like a strategy to get the most out of it? And you also remember the Fear Rattata? That was honestly one of the coolest things back in the day. Fear. I can't remember what Archon's looks like, to be honest, but it's strange, isn't it? They do that very often, where like they'll have a fantastic one, and then they'll kind of just like all of a sudden ruin it on the evolution. You just think, why? It was a Citrus Berry acrobatic set. Very nice. It's funny how it changes so much. I mean, it's not surprising that it changes so much, because with every new generation, it's just an ever-shifting sort of balance of power, isn't it? You know, it's never ever going to stay the same, but I think it's kind of mad how well Pokemon actually manages to, like, I don't know, to balance things. It does do an alright job, considering how much they've got to consider every single generation. Zach says Caracosta shell just gets a bit darker blue. Yeah, that's a shame. Caracosta's a really like cool Pokemon as well. So that is a real shame. Ham Ooh, I don't know, actually. I mean, I don't know what we're on now. I think probably like maybe 30, but I think that's pushing it. Yeah, maybe around there. Angler, you're spot on. Yeah, this shiny hunt is for the tournament, the Champion Cup, basically. But I think I said this yesterday, but I don't really tend to do badge quests. You know, I kind of just like play the game and I find the shinies that I want to find, whether that's like the same as a badge quest or more. I don't really like take it into consideration, but yeah. This one is going to be for the Elite Four/Champion Cup, and that's why I'm Masuda Method breeding it, because if I was hunting this full odds, it would just be too high of a level. It's like level 60 to 65, and the trainer Pokemon in the Champion Cup, with the exception of Leon, are all like high 40s, low 50s, mid 50s at most. So oh god, James, that would be destructive. I can understand now. DR getting close to the 288 mark. You'll know pretty soon whether you can win the lottery tonight. 3 more eggs. If it's not, you're getting banned from stream for being a fraud. Just kidding. Oh, nice, Ham. I had over 30 for a little bit last stream. That's pretty cool. Zeke says, shame for the prehistoric run. You could technically also use the Scarlet Paradoxes. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Is I had a little look at what would be the best game to do this in, and there just wasn't really a really good answer. From what I remember, BDSP seems to have the best potential, and the reason for that is, I know in Sword and Shield you can find quite a few fossil Pokemon. You know, like there's the Gen 5, there's the Gen 3, there's the Gen 6. And then obviously there's sort of like Galar's fossils as well. But I think BDSP takes the sort of... it's the challenge of it. Like, BDSP is a difficult game to beat, I think, when you can't choose your own team. And I think the aim of that challenge is going to be, can I beat BDSP, and specifically like Cynthia, with a team that's not really my own of my own choosing? You know, it's a team that I've kind of got to make do with, particularly with the fossil Pokemon and some of the prehistoric ones. They can be quite slow, and they've only got access to certain moves and stuff, so it will be quite challenging, but we'll see. It would have been good to do the Paradox Pokemon, for sure. Unfortunately, not at 288 DR. It's gone. RIP 288. Imagine if it was 289. No, you're not a fraud. I'm only joking. You're not a fraud. There's still the chance for under 300. I mean, we're not even at half odds yet, really, when you think about it. I think it's 1 in 683, so you know, we've got another like 50 eggs or so before we get to half odds. So yeah. Oh, nice, Calamari. You reckon I'll get it at Tyrunt's national text number of 696? It's possible. Just over odds. Oh, Angler, that's a lot. 20,165 encounters for a shiny cloth. That is... that is a lot. Well, congrats on finding it. Still. I would love a shiny cloth. I've not got one. But it's a very, very cool Pokemon. I might have saved Tyrunt / Tyrantrum for ZA, to be honest. But I didn't know what the fossil Pokemon were going to look like in that game, like in the sense of, do you remember in Legends Arceus it was very difficult to find a shiny Cranidos or Shieldon because they put them in the space-time distortions and they weren't available in like mass outbreaks or massive mass outbreaks. So I thought if they do something similar with Tyrunt and Amora, or Tyrantrum and Aurorus, I will kick myself that I haven't used it in a video where I could have used it. And worst case scenario, I adore Aurorus as well, so I can use that in ZA if it is readily available, but we shall see. Oh. Getting close to 300. Need this this person to start giving me eggs. We're running out. Ha! You're placing your bet on 301 because the game would be rude like that. Well, it's funny you say that. I don't know if I said this yesterday, but when I got Honedge, I collected 120 eggs, which is 4 boxes, isn't it? I collected 120 eggs, and I hatched all 120 of them. And then when I got to the end, I think I collected like another like box or 2, and then it shone on the first the first egg. So yeah, the game does like doing that. Like, imagine if I'd collected, I don't know, something like 10 boxes, and then it just was shiny immediately. It's lucky I didn't do it. I didn't overdo it. Oh yeah, true. You did. You did. I can't remember if I said it yesterday. To be honest, I might have done. I don't fully remember. But yeah. It's just funny that you mentioned it because that is literally what happened to me on the last one. But that's a little bit why I'm always a bit hesitant about collecting eggs, because you know it can be you can spend a lot of time doing it and then all of a sudden it just hatches and you're like, oh, I just spent 3 hours collecting all those eggs and I didn't need to. Ham, you've got 4 more chances. Oh, you're gonna join the fraud club. Got lots of fraudulent viewers. I'm sorry, I'm not being rude. I'm just joking. $2.99. One more. Unlucky Ham. I appreciate the positivity, you know, from all of you. Much better guessing under 300 and it not happening, rather than saying it'll be 2,000. Pandy, welcome to stream. No problem at all. You never ever got to apologise for being late or missing a stream. It's all good. We're all busy, you know. We've all got stuff going on. But thank you very much for the shiny luck. I hope I find it soon too. We've been well, we've only been going for like 4 hours, so it's not too long. But it would be nice to find it soon. Would like to find it today, if possible. And Wolf, very nice. You got a chocolate donut. Gotta love a chocolate donut. McDonald's used to do the best chocolate donuts, and they stopped doing them. So frustrating. I would give anything to eat an old McDonald's donut again. They were so good. I'll tell you what else is an old thing that was like discontinued, and it's come back again recently. So there's this crisp brand in the UK called Walkers, and they used to do barbecue rib crisps, and they were the best thing ever, and they discontinued them and they've not been around for years, and last week I saw them in the supermarket again. I was like, oh my god. I think I bought like 3 or 4 packets of 6. They better not be limited editions. I hate it when they do that. Like Big Tasties at McDonald's. Oh, just leave them on the menu, please. I love Big Tasties. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. They were so good. I don't know why they discontinued all these old things. I don't know if it was like maybe like the sugar in them was like really bad or something like that. I don't know. James joins the Fraudsters Club. Oh, Ham, you're up to 70 drowsies. Very nice. You're doing really well. Just keep it up, because it will. The catch combo definitely works. Trust me. Obviously, you can get really unlucky, you know, but that's the same with any shiny hunt, isn't it? Oops. Oh, nice. Welcome back, DR. Returned from tea making. Now, do you mean tea like a cup of tea, or do you mean like tea like your evening meal? Because in the north of the UK, it's like tea can be a beverage, a hot beverage, or it can be like, you've got your breakfast, your dinner, which is like lunch, and then tea, which is like dinner. So I'm intrigued to see. Nice, DR. DR knows what the right terminology is for your tea. It's a cuppa, but your other tea is soon. Nice. Can't beat a good cuppa. I might go and get like a coffee or something soon, because it's 20 past 5 and I'm old, so I'll be getting tired soon. Need the caffeine to keep me going. Nice sack. Yep. Good reminder to stretch. DR, you agree with breakfast, dinner, tea, but you're nowhere near the north of the UK. Oh, God, sorry, I can't speak. No, you're nowhere near the north of the UK. You're more south. Oh, awesome. I'm surprised. I always thought people like who were from the south would say breakfast, lunch, dinner. So yeah, awesome. It's funny, isn't it? We just I don't know. You're just a product of like the place that you were raised in, aren't you? More or less. But yeah. No problems, James. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you do end up going, you know, no problems at all. But thank you so much for your support. I'm sorry that you didn't get to see the shiny. I was hoping it would be another quick one, but Ham, you say why is tea so big in the UK? Because personally, you don't like it. Well, I think tea in the UK isn't really like tea that you would see in other parts of the world. Like I know in America, tea tends to be more of like people all have like herbal tea and you know, like flavored tea and stuff like that. The UK, it's more like it's kind of just like a standard tea bag. I don't even know what the flavor would be. Like it's kind of just like a generic sort of flavor that everybody seems to sort of like, and everyone will have the same cup of tea. So we'll have like usually like there's different brands, but the main one I would say is like Yorkshire tea, isn't it? And then you have some people have sugar, some people don't have sugar. I have sugar, and some milk, and then however much milk you put in it, that's all very subjective. Some people don't like a lot of milk, some people do. I don't really like a lot of milk. So yeah. It's the tea that you have, Ham, may be very different to the kind of tea we have, I guess is what I'm saying. But the tea that everybody kind of tends to have in the UK is very like standardised, and people just seem to love it. I do. I love it. I love a good cup of tea. Yeah, DR, yeah, totally. It's bizarre, isn't it, really, the difference sometimes. It is like speaking to somebody from a different country, in some senses. Can't beat a cup of Yorkshire or Cornish tea. I can't say I've ever had Cornish tea, but I would certainly like to try some. Do like a good cuppa. CL, your shiny water team in Shield is currently Blastoise, Seismitoad, Starmie and Dracovish, still looking for Wimpod. Well done, that's a really good team, that, to be fair. A really nice team. Good luck for the Wimpod, yeah, I hope we find it soon. I imagine that's a little bit of a slow one, because it's quite, isn't it, like, a little bit, difficult to get your hands on? Like, doesn't it... Are you hunting for it in the Galar Mine, where it's like a little bit... not rare, but it doesn't appear as often? Or are you hunting for it somewhere else? Zach, you are now actively conscious of your blinking. The joke's on you, because I was always actively conscious of my blinking. Yeah, tea is in the drink, yeah. But see, Jake, you call yours tea as well. Very nice. Like your dinner. I don't call it breakfast, lunch, dinner. I call it breakfast, dinner, tea. Yorkshire tea goated. Yeah, it's great. Do you know what else is really nice? I had so me and my wife go to York quite a bit, and York has this place called Betty's Tea Room, and it's so nice. They do like really good food and drinks and stuff, but they'll sell like tea bags, and they're so good. Like the tea that you get in them is dead nice. What's the weirdest tea I've ever tasted? Ooh. Maybe, like... Because we all have that, like in the UK, a lot of us have, like, that standardised kind of, like, Yorkshire tea. I would say probably something like, just anything flavoured, like a lemon kind of tea or something. Like, I just don't like that stuff, me. But I'm not very adventurous with tea either. I kind of just have, you know, I have what I have. What about you? Oh, good question, Ham. What Pokemon is my favourite of the ones I've hunted in this challenge? And also, you're up to 80 Drowsies? Very nice. My favourite is probably... In terms of the memories it's given me, Vulpix, because, you know, let's be honest, that was crazy. In terms of appearance... Maybe Lantern. Do you know what I do love all of the Pokemon that I've caught, but Lantern looks looks amazing. It looks way better than I thought it would. So yeah, maybe Lantern. Cal, hiya dude, welcome to stream. I am all good, thanks. Really good. We found a lot of shinies in January. I think I'm up to my 4th one now, so really good. How are you doing? CL, you're hunting for it near the in the Isle of Armor near Loop Lagoon. The bike's fully upgraded, so you've got full turbo on it. Very nice. Cool. Ham, congrats, you got it. You got it. Well done. So what was that, like 82 catch combo? Something like that? Well done. The catch combo. It's a beautiful thing. DR says co-op own brand tea is the worst. Yeah, I think I have had a bit of co-op tea. I don't remember particularly liking it. Marks and Spencer's isn't too bad. I mean, obviously Marks and Spencer's is a bit bougie, but I remember we were fully out of tea bags once, and I think I was at like somewhere where I couldn't just go to the supermarket, and I think like there was a Marks and Spencer's, and I got some, and Marks and Spencer's is pretty good. Calamari, there's something about iced tea or sweetened tea that you just don't like. That's fair. Iced tea, I don't think I've tried. Don't know about sweetened tea, because I have sugar in mine, but I don't know whether... I don't know. Unless you mean like a unique one, but not everybody likes sugar in the tea, or sweetened tea, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Zeke, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, which is like 1, 2, 3 in Spanish. You never knew the numbers continued through other legendary trios. Yeah, isn't it like... Raikou, Suicune, and Entei have like the different amount of points on the head, don't they? Is that right? Do they have like 4, 5, and 6? And then the Regis have like 7, 8, and 9 dots. Is that right? I feel like I've seen something about this before. And I remember thinking, that's amazing. Really cool. Oh well, nice Ham. Congrats. Like Jake says, a really nice shiny. And yeah, 80 encounters. Ish. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ah, it is that, Zeke. It is it's a really cool little detail, that. Because like Articuno Moltres, Articuno Zapdos Moltres is like very like on the nose and obvious, isn't it? But then like the Raikou, Entei, Suicune, and the Reggies is a bit more like you've got to kind of really like look at them hard to like figure it out. So, but I wouldn't have figured it out unless I'd read something that somebody had like put. The forces of nature had 1, 2, 3, and 4 horns. Didn't clock onto that either. You love the Galarian legendary birds, yeah, me too. I think they're quality, like top quality designs. They're probably, in my opinion, I think they're better than the originals in terms of like how interesting they are. I think the original legendary birds were obviously quite basic because they were like the first of their kind, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the Galarian ones just take everything about them and like dial it up to 100. So, yeah, I love them. Particularly, Moltres is probably my favourite. What about you? Do you have a favourite from them? Oh, did you get all the shinies from? Very nice. I only got Moltres. I didn't get Articuno and Zapdos because I was an idiot. I should have done. But yeah. Oh, okay, Ham. No probs. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if we find it while you're gone, but enjoy your dinner. Articuno is Snowlad's favourite. Very nice. Yeah, it's brilliant. Really brilliant. And Zeke's is Zapdos. Oh my god, we've all got our own favourites. That's so cool. Zach's tired of the whole regional form getting the base version as a shiny. Yeah, I think I do remember you saying you weren't keen on that. I quite like it, but I do know it is lazy. But I actually do like it. But I understand why why not everybody would. Because it isn't very, yeah. It doesn't take a lot of effort to do, does it? But I actually think they really suit the colours. And because they're very different to their original colours. Like, I would really hate it, and I mean I would really hate it, if the Galarian birds' original forms were the same exact colours as the base forms, like the Kanto forms. And then the shinies were the same as the shinies for the Kanto forms. But because the Galarian ones were a different colour, I don't really mind that the shinies are the same as the base forms. So yeah. Calamari, you'd love to hunt one of the birds in red, blue, yellow. Yeah, that'd be cool. Really cool. I'd love to do it in like Let's Go, because they have like their own unique like cutscenes and stuff. It would be horrible in that sense, but yeah. No, Snowlad, no party-wide EXP share in Soul Silver. I can attest to that because not that long ago actually, maybe only like a couple of years ago, I did a fly-in mono-type run in Soul Silver, and I remember I had to spend a lot of time grinding to get to the Elite Four with like a team that was well-rounded, and then also for Red. Red is the level gap between the last Kanto gym leader and Red is ridiculous. It's cool in a way, but the grind is not fun. Oof, big oof. Yeah. Back to the old days. There will be, you can get the EXP sure, but it only affects one Pokemon, so it's just like in the old format. So yeah, I think the bigger problem in Soul Silver is that there's not really a lot of good places to grind levels. Yeah, it's just not really, it's not really great for that. I don't know what they were thinking with that as well, because Red, they wanted like Red's levels to be way higher than yours, which is totally fine. But there isn't really like, there's just no way to feasibly get to his level without spending an insane amount of time grinding. So not great execution. And Zach, you said Hisuian Typhlosion is the worst sort of culprit for having a shiny form that's the same as its base form, but it's also your favourite Pokemon. Pretty cool favourite to have, definitely, Hisuian Typhlosion. Yeah, that one's a bit worse because it has I think base, like the regular Typhlosion, isn't that much different from Hisuian Typhlosion's base colours, so the shiny is like, it kind of comes across like a subtle shiny, and I don't really love that. So I would definitely agree with that one. Yeah, me neither. Subtle shinies are... well, some of them I don't mind. There are exceptions that I will... Like, Glaceon tends to be quite subtle, but I actually quite like Glaceon shiny. But yeah, there are some that are just like... I don't even see the point in it being shiny. Yeah, Paldean Tauros is shocking. Shocking. Blissey is another one. Trying to think of others. Garchomp, not great. Gengar I don't hate because I think Gengar, it's more of a problem with the original form than it is the shiny. But still. Mousehold, Togekiss, oh god, yeah, good, very good point. Togekiss is such a strange one. Such a strange one, they could have just made it pink. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, why? What a strange execution of an idea. And, do you know what, Snorlad, I did not know that. I did not know that you were. Well, you did very well for Scarlet, can I just say. Really well, because that must have been difficult. It's so annoying that they did that. And I was thinking more about this recently as well. Even if they didn't want to do the I know that some Pokemon get like stuck in the walls and stuff, and that's why they didn't want to do the shiny noise. But why couldn't they still do the sparkle? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that the more I think about that, that's not really an excuse, because they could have done the sparkle, and that still would have gave people who, you know, were colourblind a much easier chance at seeing them. So I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine there's some Pokemon you've got to really look at. And I didn't know that, Zach. The Togekiss had the same issue as Gengar because the base form had a colour change. I did not know that. Yeah. Oh, 100%, Jake, yeah. The shiny sound was unreal. The sound and the sparkle, you couldn't miss it. But then, like I said, you know, if they didn't want to put the sound in because of the whole there are Pokemon in the walls, you know, just give us like a little something. Yeah, true, Calamari. Yeah, probably. Right, I think I'm going to do 10 more or so. And then I'm probably going to take another break because I need to go and let my dog out and, like, give me his tea and all that kind of stuff because we've been on stream for a little while now. I did want him to come and sit spare with me, but he didn't want to do that. He just wanted to chill on the couch, so... So yeah, I'll do 10 more, and then we'll take another little break, and then I'll come back and we will keep going. I don't know how many eggs I'm actually going to end up on today, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we've been going for what, 4 hours and 20 minutes. We're at 340. But I can't assume that another 340... Oh, we're at half odds as well. I've only just realised that. I can't assume we'll hatch another 340 because I collected 250 of those off stream, didn't I? So it's a lot of that work had already been done. I reckon maybe we'll get to 500, just over 500. I'm not 100%. But we'll keep trying. Laura, you literally just walked your dog and had your Sunday dinner. Nice. How was your Sunday dinner? That sounds good right about now. To a man who has only eaten Maryland cookies for his tea. Oh yeah, gravy makes everything better. What kind of gravy do you have? Do you have like... My mouth's literally watering, by the way. Do you have like Bisto gravy, or do you have like the proper sort of like, I don't know, you know, it's like chicken stock, but it gets made into a gravy. I just always have Bisto personally. There used to be a show called Soccer AM, and it was like a football show. It was always on like Saturday morning, and on Soccer AM, they had like these little like joke kind of segments, but one of the segments was like a bit where they go, "Oh, gravy, Northern boys love gravy," and it's true. We do love gravy. Just Bisto beef gravy, yeah. It's good. It's good. I reckon I could drink gravy, you know. Like, genuinely. Like, oh, do you know what else is really good? KFC gravy. Oh my god. KFC gravy. Isn't it the best? Remember Dream Team? I don't, you know, what was old football series on Sky? Oh, it sounds familiar, but I can't quite get it. Dream Team. I mean, I watched a lot of football stuff when I was younger. Like, I remember, like, the Premiership. That was on before Match of the Day, the Premiership. And I remember, like, Soccer Saturday with, like, Jeff Stelling and Chris Kamara and all them. But, yeah. Dream Team. It sounds familiar. Oh, I just can't get it. I'll have a Google when I go for my break. See if I can recognise it. You'll order KFC tomorrow if we continue. I might not had KFC in ages, but all this talk about KFC gravy is making me hungry. This is a bit embarrassing, but I used to do when I was younger, and I was a bit more like, you eat a bit more junk food when you're younger, don't you? Not that I have like the best diet in the world right now. I mean, I'm literally just had Maryland cookies instead of a tea, so it's not great. But what I used to do was I would go to there was this like retail park near mine, and they would have there was like a Burger King and a KFC and a Subway and something else I think nearby as well. And what I would do was I would go to Burger King and I'd get like my Burger King, so I'd get like, you know, like a double cheeseburger meal with some fries and a drink, and then I'd go to KFC and I'd get like just like a box of popcorn chicken and some gravy, and I'd like combine my I'd like have like a double sort of, not every night or anything, this was like once in a blue moon, but I'd have like a kind of like a mix. Oh, those were the days. That was good. Dream Team was a sports drama television series which aired on Sky Sports on Sky One from 1997 to 2007, which chronicled the on-field and off-field affairs of the fictional Premier League football club Harchester United. That does ring a bell. It does. I just can't quite get it, but it does ring a bell. Lara says, that isn't embarrassing, that's genius. Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty good. The joys of having a car, like that was back when I first started like driving, and I was like, oh my god, I can just drive wherever I want, I can get whatever food I want, this is great. Two more chances before I go. Well, for my break. We'll be back. Last one. Unfortunate. Right, I am going to... Actually, let me just swap these eggs over. Because otherwise I'll forget, and then when I come back I'll be riding around wondering why the eggs aren't hatching. Okay, so I will go and have a little bit of a break, and then I will come back soon. I shouldn't be too long. So yeah, if you want to stick around and... Oh, Crowagunk. If you want to stick around, we'll be going till... Either till I get the shiny and I evolve it and all the rest of it, or till like, I don't know, maybe like 9:30ish maybe. So I've still got quite a long time on stream. And we've only done 4 hours and 27 minutes, and I've probably got another 3.5 hours ish. So yeah. I'll be back soon, guys. See you in a bit. Hello. Oh, sorry for the wait, guys. I'm back. Probably missed a lot of the chat. Oh, not too much. Just favourite Kanto shinies. Lovely. Well, I'm back. Thanks, Calamari. And Lara as well. And Jeek as well, thank you. Yeah, you got to fuel up sometimes. I've got some coffee and some cordial. And my dog's been fed, and he's been let out and everything, so ready to carry on. I still don't think he wants to sit with me. But he's probably pretty tired from the dog park thing I talked about earlier on. So we're not too far over half odds. And like I said, about 3.5-ish hours left. Who knows? Fingers crossed we can get it. He's a miniature Dachshund, Lara. If he comes upstairs later on, which he might do, I'll pick him up and I'll show you. He has made an appearance on streams before. For whatever reason, I don't know whether it's just that he prefers downstairs, but he doesn't really like coming sitting in the office. Sometimes he will. Sometimes he will come and sit with me. But yeah, a lot of the time he just prefers to sit downstairs on the sofa in his little blanket. He's quite small because he's a mini dachshund. So if he does come and sit with me, he can sort of like fit on my lap. He's kind of, as he got a bit older, he's gotten a little bit too big, but not too big. But I would say he's probably bigger than what most miniature dachshunds are like. Miniature dachshunds are tiny. He's more like a small regular dachshund, I would say. First 5. Let's all hope. What breed's your dog, Lara? English Springer Spaniel. Let me have a little look. I'm always rubbish with dog breeds. Like, there's some that I know, but by and large, I always like forget which ones are which. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I see which one you mean. Not the ones that look depressed, and not the ones with massive ears. I can sort of guess which one yours is, kind of. Oh, lovely. They're really nice. Well, I don't know if you're interested at all. You might not even have it. But if you do, if you are enjoying the streams and stuff, we do have like a Discord community. You can join it through like the About section in the channel, and it's got like a section for pets. So if you do join that at any point, You can put a picture in if you want to. There's a little channel for it. Oh, nice ham. I will have a look at what that one is as well. Oh, stop it. That is so cute. Unfortunately, I can't show you all a picture of Bucky because he is, whenever I try and show something on my phone to the camera, it just doesn't, it won't like show up on the camera because the light from the stream light is kind of like shining on it. But Bucky's an unusual kind of colour, so if you do, basically if you Google like a red brindle miniature dachshund, that's what Bucky's like. It's kind of like tiger striped. Because I think sometimes when you think of like dachshunds, you think of like the black and kind of like brown ones, or the ones with like longer hair. He's got like short hair, and he's got it's called red brindle. So yeah, it's like a reddy brown tiger striped kind of coat. I've never seen one before, but when we went to get him, there he was. Quite a nice story actually, because we went and Calamari is spot on. He is essentially shiny. Yeah, I think a few people have said that to me. And the irony is not lost on me that I've got a channel revolving around different coloured creatures to the norm, and my dog is a very like unusual coat. Yeah. Hopefully, when I do the Violet Full Odds run, maybe I can try and go for a Daxbun, shiny Daxbun. But yeah, when we went to get him, like the person who was breeding them, they only had 2 left, and we just went to go and have a little look, and he kind of like ran over to us and was like paying us a lot of attention, and like really sort of kind of like chose us, and she said that he hadn't been like that with anyone else, so kind of cute. Yeah, because it'd be like a sequence, sort of. I agree. 369, that'd be cool. I was really hoping we'd find it today, just so I, like in a sense, just so I could say that like I'd found 2 shinies on back-to-back streams in the same weekend. So, I mean, that's still possible. Got lots of time, but yeah. I think Jake said it best before. It's just, it only takes one, you know? Let's see how the poll's doing as well. 66 votes. It's interesting that 58% of people have picked Marvel, but more people have picked neither than have picked DC. Although I suppose we are on a Pokemon stream. That was a bit hotter than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think anywhere near as many people are nowadays. It was quite a craze, wasn't it? Not that long ago, but I feel like people have eased off it quite a bit. But yeah, it's not for everyone. And also, I think the poll, for me, is conclusive, so I'm going to end that one. And I'm going to go with a new one. And I'm going to go with... Let me just pause this, no Pokemon encounter. I'm going to go with Tyrantrum or Aurorus. And you can interpret that question however you'd like, whether it's, you know, what you prefer to use in battle, what you prefer to use for, you know, for a playthrough, which shiny you think's better, just whatever you want to interpret it as. My question would just be like posed as, which one do you prefer, you know, design, all that kind of stuff. I think they're two of the best fossil Pokemon, when I really think about it. They're both fantastic. Zach, you prefer Japanese superhero stuff rather than American. That's fair. I can't say I know much about it. Like that kind of like genre, but that's pretty cool. You really like the blue turtle Pokemon, but only the pre-Evo. So I think you mean Tortuga? This one? Hang on, let me just... This one? But yeah, Tortuga's pretty cool. Kind of odd that we don't always get fossil Pokemon, isn't it? Has anybody else like ever thought about that? There's certain generations where you can't get a fossil, and it just seems a bit like, why? Oh, nice Laura. Not Laura. Lara. Stupid brain. Let's have a little look. Oh. Oh, she's gorgeous. Oh. Really nice. Thanks for posting it. We've got quite a few new people in the server as well. Lovely. Oh wow, really? She's 13? She does not look 13, does she? No way. Ah, we missed it, Calamari. Not on 369, unfortunately. Yeah, that's crazy. She doesn't at all look like she's 13. I know, it would have been good, wouldn't it, to get it on 369? Ah, well. I've had a surprising few Pokemon shine on like a nice number. Like Rookidee was 300 exactly. Riolu was 865. Druddigon 850. Snowlord says under 800. God, I hope so. I mean, it's not too bad, is it, Masuda? I feel like you know that it will be a fairly fast shiny hunt, but I'm just being impatient. I just love for it to be today. That's the problem. I've been spoiled in January. Forgotten all about when I was stuck in the Motorstoke gym for 2 months, and I'm now just like, give me my shiny. Give me the shiny. It's been a day. I need it. Calamari's saying 420. Ham's saying 630. Oh, nice, Jake. Yeah. Jump back onto Violet to finish Masuda for Fuecoco. I think you're about 250-ish eggs so far. Nice. I've never done hatching eggs on Scarlet and Violet. Like, literally apart from, like, 1 or 2. So I don't know what it's like, but it seems pretty fast to hatch them, at least. The hatch time seems quite quick, but yeah, good luck for it. Lara says we just have to speak it into existence, like now. It's going to be this one, right now. Damn it. That would have been cool. Summer, do you mean the Chinchou? I mean, either way, welcome back. But, yes, if you mean Chinchou, yeah, that was yesterday. We did find it. But, you can always go back and watch it. It's still, the stream's still up. And you can see the encounters that it's at. So you'll be able to just skip along and find it. But yeah. Pretty good as well. 2629, not bad at all. It's not the same as live. No, it's not, to be fair. It's not the same as live, but yeah. Yeah, I know. It's not the same as live. I can't argue that one. But if you do want to see what it was like, and what Lantern looks like in Pokemon Camp and stuff, because that is worth it to see, I promise you. Yeah, by all means, go and have a little look later on. That's why I'll leave them up. That would have been a clip and a half. Yes, it would. That would have been perfect. You said it. I said it. And then it didn't appear. But you'll be here one of these days for a shiny. You will. You will. It's a tough one in Sword and Shield. You know, and games like this, unless you're on for every minute of every stream, it's very difficult to like catch exactly when the shiny is. You know what I mean? It's because it could just be you could watch the streams for like 20 hours of a 40-hour shiny hunt, and obviously have a very good chance of missing it, even though you've sat around for 20 hours. So yeah, it's just unfortunate, but hopefully you will get the luck. You're shiny hunting for my shiny hunt, for my live shiny reaction. That's hilarious. How when's my next stream? I don't know, to be honest, dude. It's dependent on today, really. I haven't scheduled any because I didn't know what was going to happen today. If we find the shiny today, then there'll be less streams next week, just because I'll have to spend some time beating the Champion Cup before we can start on Dynamax adventures. If we don't find it today, then, you know, this will roll over into next week's streams. But I just don't know when. I don't know what that's going to be like yet. So yeah, it's all dependent on today. But next week, what I'll probably do, either way, is I will be doing Saturday streaming for something. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but Saturday I'll be streaming. It might be a shiny hunt. It might be just like a sort of like a kind of like a break stream where I just catch some Pokemon in the Scarlet Pokedex because I've got nothing else to like do. It could be hatching eggs for Tyrunt if this doesn't shine, you know, today or on the weeknight that I'm planning to stream. I don't know what weeknight I'm going to stream either, so it's going to be one weeknight and one on Saturday next week. But yeah, I just don't know what that looks like yet. Very dependent on this. How many generations do I think Pokemon would last for? Good question, very good question. I just don't really see it ending, to be honest. I mean, it will end eventually, but it's like it's almost just impossible to guess, because I think Pokemon is the largest franchise in the world, and I think something pretty ridiculous would have to happen to make it not exist at all. I don't think they would give it up, because it just makes too much money. So and I think Pokemon as well can't exist without all of the different stuff. So, like, as an example, I don't think they would ever say, oh, we're going to have the anime but we're not going to have games, or we're going to have the games but we're not going to have Pokemon cards. Like, it all contributes, doesn't it? So I think, for me, there may come a day when Pokemon stops, but I just don't know when that will be. It's really hard to say. I think they're making some really good decisions that will preserve the longevity of Pokemon through games like Legends, because that's why I'm really glad that they're carrying on with Legends, because when you think about it, if a Legends game comes out and it uses all of the existing Pokemon and it adds like 10 new forms, adding 10 new forms doesn't really do anything. But it does give Pokemon like maybe a year or two to like have a breather. A remake is the same sort of thing. It uses all the existing Pokemon, but you get a new game. I know it's not a new game, but it, like, for our intents and purposes, it is. So, and then I think with the new generations, they're kind of starting to do... they're starting to introduce less and less new Pokemon, and sort of, like, fill the gaps with ones that already exist, and I think that's a really good idea as well. So, I think they're making some good decisions to make it last for as long as possible, but, you know, who knows what that will look like. Summer thinks Pokemon will last until the heat death of the universe. Probably would agree. I mean, while it makes money, they're not gonna give it up, are they? And I can't see Pokemon ever not being profitable, because it's just so vast. Once they announce Legends Motorstoke, you think Pokemon's over? Well, once they announce that, I am out. No, thank you. Do you know what, Tyrunt there, in that little picture, where I've got like the current shiny hunt and stuff, it looks a little bit like Cranidos out the corner of my eye. Like, I keep just seeing it out the corner of my eye and thinking, doesn't really look like Tyrunt. So yeah, what about you guys? When do you think Pokemon will sort of like quote unquote end? You know, do you think it'll go like for 20 generations, 30 generations? I mean, think we're at Generation 10 hasn't come out yet. And Pokemon has been going for like what? 20... Is it 26 years-ish? Something like that. Maybe a bit more, actually. Maybe a little bit longer than 26 years. So, they've managed to... Think how many games they've released and how much they've done, and we've not even had 10 generations yet. You know what I mean? Like, and it's been almost 30 years. If you said to me that it was going to last until generation 20... That could be another virtually 30 years away if they manage things right, and if they like diversify, kind of like they start doing more Legends games and other kinds of things like that. So I reckon it's doable. I reckon they'll be going for a long time. It's very weird to think that I might be like 60. And Pokemon might still be going, though. I could spend a lifetime playing Pokemon, that'd be wild. Existential dread. But the good kind. You guys don't, yeah, you don't think it will. As long as they're making money, yeah. I would agree. I would agree. I think they'll figure it out, won't they? They'll figure out a way. Imagine being retired and playing Pokemon Switch 19 Pro by then. That would be that's the dream. That's the dream, to be honest. Retired, and I'll have every day to play Pokemon. Gonna be glorious. Yeah, to be fair, Larry, yeah, my younger self probably didn't think I would still be playing at 30. But I'm glad that I am. I think my opinion on like games and all that kind of stuff is like, you shouldn't stop playing games because of your age. Like, you only get old by acting old. You know what I mean? Like, if you like doing something, just do it. You know what I mean? I would never, if somebody ever said to me like, oh, I can't be playing Pokemon now because I'm like 30, I'd be like, well, I feel sorry for you. You'll have kids doing the shiny hunts for you. Well, I do kind of hope that, you know, if I do have a kid, that we can do a little bit of, like, we can play Pokemon together. That would be so cool. I would love that. There you go, Jake. Yeah, same here. In exactly the same scenario. In exactly the same scenario as you. It's great. And Zach, congrats! You got Shiny Yamper. Very nice. How long did that take? Shiny Yamper's a pretty cool one to get as well, because I think because it's got the ball fetch ability, so you could like train it up to like level 100 and just use it to like get any like Pokeballs back that you were like lost trying to catch a really cool shiny. You know what I mean? Like, say you were trying to catch a shiny in a Moonball and it just wouldn't go in the Moonball. You could just keep Yamper and just let it keep going retrieving the ball for you over and over again. And you've got a shiny version, so that's really cool. Summer's playing games on the deathbed. Me too. Me too. Always in some kind of form, you know what I mean? Like even if when I'm older I can't keep up with like whatever it is that's out, I'm sure I'll be playing some sort of game. You know, I might not be able to play certain games because they'll be beyond my sort of like dexterity. But I think Pokemon is one that I look at and I think, I bet I could still do that when I was older. When I get older. Oh, Calamari, that's a really good prediction. You wouldn't be surprised if there are multiple versions of like the same Pokemon by Generation 20 in terms of its shininess. Yeah, like, so you'd have a Tyrunt that was blue, and you might have a Tyrunt that's like a dark orange or something. Yeah, yeah, I could see something like that happening for sure. Unfortunate. Laura, you feel bad for the older generations that retire and end up bored because they don't have indoor hobbies. Yeah, there's probably quite a few people, isn't there? That must be a shame. I mean, there'll be people in our generation that are also like that, but like, yeah, I'm quite grateful that I've got like indoor hobbies, and I just kind of like, I'll be honest, I do like going doing things. Don't get me wrong, I'm not somebody who stays in the house all the time, but our house is like my happy place, you know what I mean? Like, my favourite thing to do, you know, if I've got like a weekend off or whatever and I've not got any plans or whatever, is to just chill and relax around the house and, you know, play some games or watch some TV, or, you know what I mean? That's my jam. So, and it is nice knowing that when I get older, I'm not going to be like super restless and like wanting to go out the house all the time, because I do actually quite like indoor stuff. So yeah, I agree with that. Calamari says, imagine though there'll be a time when the Switch would be a relic and you'll pass it down to your grandchildren along with the cartridge. I'm not passing mine down, I'm keeping mine. To be fair though, you make a good point. I could do with purchasing more physical stuff. I tend to like, a lot of the stuff I've got is digital. I've got a physical copy of Shield, I've got a physical copy of Let's Go Pikachu, but then I've got like, oh, and I've got a physical copy of Shining Pearl, but then Brilliant Diamond, Violet, Scarlet, and I think I've got one more, are all unfortunately digital, just because of convenience, you know. I just, at the time when I bought them, I was like, I don't want to go out to the shops, I'm just gonna buy this right now. Yeah, do you know what though, Zeke? I can appreciate that, because I think I've been in similar sort of like circumstances, and I think I still, to some degree, you still get people who do make the odd comment or whatever. But I think, like, I don't know, a lot of the time now, I look at people who do make comments, you know, like, about like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that when you're this age, and I just think, I feel sorry for you, because if that's what you judge your life on, you must be miserable, because you mustn't, all the things that you wanted to do, you must have had to give up, because you didn't, you thought you were too old for them, or you thought that you'd be made fun of. I'm actually quite proud to be a person who does what he wants, you know? I still play Pokemon. I still like watching, you know, stuff that is made for kids or whatever. And I don't think there's a problem with it, you know? You're only here for a blip. You should do whatever you want to do. And a lot of people have double standards as well. There's people who'll sit there and make fun of people for watching, you know, like for watching like the Pokemon anime, or for like playing the games or whatever. But they'll watch like Disney movies, and I'll be like, well, it's kind of the same thing. So yeah. I think you just gotta do what you want to do, haven't you? And you know, screw everybody else. Because it says more about them than it says about you. And I would agree, yeah, same here. Never been more proud of like loving Pokemon and stuff. It's I mean, I've always played Pokemon, but especially since I've like had the channel, I've really like doubled down on it, and I love playing it, and I love getting to talk to all of you as well. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of fun, and I've like actually, I know, like, obviously we all have conversations on stream, and I'm not saying we know each other in person or anything like that, but it's I think it's quite nice that we've got like a little community, and we've got this sort of like every week I know that like I'm gonna come on stream and I'm gonna like chat to the same people, you know, and people will show up and I'm like, oh, I know that person, and so yeah, it's nice. Maybe you'll sell your Switch for $1 million by then. Maybe. Keep very good care of it. Don't throw it in the bin when the Switch 2 comes out. VR Pokemon when? Oh, I would love a VR Pokemon when we're older, but maybe I'll be too old to use it then. I'll be like frail and I won't be able to do it. You had a friend who hardly ever played Pokemon but jumped on the bandwagon when Pal World released, and he said it was better than Pokemon. Yeah, quite a lot of people did that, didn't they? And listen, some people might genuinely prefer it, but I think you can only really comment on it if you actually play Pokemon. Personally, I don't think you can just play the new one and then if you play both and you think one's better than the other, fine. But yeah, I agree with that. Calamari, are you glad you got into Pokemon because it's still thriving to this day? Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. They're still doing insanely well. And I would say the community, if anything, is like, it must be growing every day still, because I've only had my channel for a year and a half, and it's, you know, it's still done all right. So it must still be, you know, growing and doing well. I think a big thing for Pokemon that's probably worked out like really well is that they've got rid of Ash, haven't they, from the anime, but the anime is still doing pretty well. So I think that speaks volumes that they had a character for, you know, 20 odd years, and that character leaving didn't, you know, didn't ruin everything. You do think the Pokemon gets better with age. You appreciate it the more the older you get. Yeah, yeah. It's nice, isn't it? Because it's one of them franchises that I think you can enjoy as both a kid and as an adult. It's got a lot of depth to it, Pokemon, that as a kid you wouldn't see, but I think as an adult you can appreciate. But then also, as a kid, on the surface, it's fun. So it's good for everyone. Damn, this conversation got deep. Well, a little bit, but it's all true. All true. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like that's what I've come to realize. Like specifically recently, that the shiny hunting aspect. There might be people that look at the shiny hunting and be like, "Oh, what a waste of time," but it's not. I mean, the shiny hunting is cool. I enjoy doing it. It's you know, it's quite a rewarding experience. But it's not necessarily just about that. It's about the I think it ties into a lot of what I'm doing in real life. You know, like I have certain days that maybe I wouldn't remember ordinarily, because it's just a random day. You know, there's nothing like necessarily special about it. But then, if a shiny appears or something, it does make me remember that day with a lot more like fondness than I necessarily would have done beforehand. And on top of that, particularly with like since I've started streaming and since I've started the channel, all the conversations that we've had on stream and all the different like topics we've talked about, and I don't know, we've spent. This is my 35th stream for Sword and Shield, but it's also my 40 odd stream like overall. That's 40 streams of hours and hours and hours, and we've literally like passed every minute talking about something or other. It's been great for me. Hopefully it's been great for people watching. But I just think like that sense of community and sort of all the conversations we've had and the things we've talked about has made it more than just like playing a game. It's been intrinsically tied to real life, if that makes any sense. So yeah. I do wonder whether ZA, because I know you a few of you have mentioned about Palworld. I do wonder whether ZA's whole like, you know, building up the city was partially inspired by the fact that people played Palworld and enjoyed like the base building and the resource gathering and stuff like that. Obviously we don't know what it looks like yet, so I can't say for certain. But I do wonder whether that played a part in what they were thinking. Do you know what I mean? Hard to say yet with the limited evidence we've got. Yep, shinies make seemingly mundane days feel special, yeah. Yeah, like, weirdly, like, I have a terrible memory, but I remember the day that, oh, congrats Jake as well, by the way. Shiny Drowsy, very nice after a catch combo of 43. Very cool. And very quick. I remember the day that I found that shiny Chimchar in BDSP. It was a day where I'd been working from home and I'd finished work and we were, like, my wife was still working a little bit. And we were working in the same room at the time because the job that she had at the time, she was working from home instead of, like, going into the office. And it was really nice because that was the only time, really, sort of that we'd worked side by side, like in the same room. And I probably would have just forgotten that day, you know, if it wasn't for the Chimchar. And I'm not saying that the shinies necessarily, like, should be the reason that I remember things, but I'm just saying that that was just a regular day. There was nothing special about it, really, and I would have just committed it to my long-term memory and forgot all about it. But when I actively think about it now, it's like, oh, that was really nice, you know, it was probably the only time ever that we'll get to, like, work side by side in the same room, and it was a really nice day. But it's more memorable for me because of what happened with the Chimchar. So there you go. I totally agree. Everyone here shiny hunting, stealing way for a shiny look. Maybe slightly, but it's okay. I've had a lot of good luck recently, so I can afford to give some away for sure. Lara, I don't. No, I never have. I can't say I have. Somebody did mention something about that recently. I'm sure they did. Or was it 1010? I don't know. I feel like it was yesterday. Oh, you're right, Calamari. 420 is near. It's a Pokemon-like game, but only 2v2 battles, and you can play start to finish co-op. Oh, that's pretty cool. Really cool, actually. Thoughts on Shiny Jinx? Oh. I can't say I have any thoughts on Shiny Jinx. Sorry, just hang on. There we go. My earphones are running out of batteries. Yeah, I can't say that I have got any thoughts on Shiny Jinx because I don't remember what it looks like. I'll have to have a look later on. But Jinx as a Pokemon creeps me out a little bit. And any that are too humanoid do. You know, like Mr. Mime's another one. Mr. Mime doesn't creep me out as much in the anime. Kind of like seems a bit more normal. But in the games, there's just something off with it. Oh, it's a lot harder than Pokemon. But it has got shinies. And a built-in Nuzlocke setting, that's pretty cool. Oh, things that Pokemon should do. And a built-in randomizer as well. Very cool. Is Hypno human-like? I don't mind Hypno so much. I feel like that borders on... I know what you mean, because it is very human-like, but that one doesn't really creep me out the same as what Mr. Mime and Jinx does. Do you know what I mean? Trying to think of other humanoid ones that don't really like Gothitelle doesn't bother me. I don't know what it is about certain Pokemon. But I can't think of any other examples really other than Mr. Mime and Jinx, so... $420. Here we go. Damn. Mr. Rhyme's not too bad. Mr. Rhyme doesn't... Oh, actually, hang on. No, it depends which one. No, Mr. Rhyme doesn't bother me. But Mr. Mime, like the Galarian version that's before Mr. Rhyme, the one that, like, before it evolves, that creeps me out. That creeps me out more than the Cantonian Mr. Mime, if I'm being honest. In Let's Go, does the male Nidoran change colour to blue like the female version? Do you mean for its shiny? Because yes, it does. I think its shiny is very similar to the female version. But then, I can't remember what... Oh yeah, female Nidoran's shiny changes to a colour very similar to the male as well. Oh, nice ham. Gonna start a shiny Magikarp hunt soon. Just gotta get a glass of Pepsi Max. Very nice. Good choice of drink. Do love Pepsi Max. Laura says you can see other players around to flex your skin that you got from beating Nuzlocke. That's cool. Such a fun idea, but the game had just decreased in players over time due to people beating it and moving on. Ah, that's a shame. What was this available on? Was it like... Yeah, what was it? What about the live action Mr. Mime? Do you mean from, like, the Detective Pikachu film? I don't remember properly, but I feel like that weirded me out as well. No probs, Jake. Yeah, I have hunted for the female Nidoran, and I know that the male definitely is very similar in colour to the female for its shiny. Oh, it's on Switch, Steam and PS5. Amazing. The Switch has got a lot of strange stuff on the eShop, hasn't it? I've looked through it before to like see, you know, if there's any games that have released that I've just like missed, or if there's anything that I wouldn't like mind getting. And sometimes you look through and you're like, what is going on here? Who approved this? Calamari, you remember watching a video of Absolblog's hunting for a shiny Groudon costume on Battle Revolution? Yeah, me too. It's a good video, that. It's a good video. And a really cool idea as well. But that pretty much describes every single video of Matt's. He's very good. I've got you, it's an MMO. Yeah. I remember, they used to have, like, when we were in school, they used to have these old, like, Pokemon, like, duplicates, but they were actually Pokemon. It wasn't like a copy. Sorry, not a copy. Like not like an altered version with different creatures and stuff. It was literally Pokemon, but it was just like an MMO. And I used to think they were like the coolest things ever, because you'd in the games you can only get one of your starter, can't you, and you can't catch them in the wild and all that stuff. And then I just remember being like, we'd like log on to them in school, and you could catch like a Chimchar in the wild, and I'd be like, what? This is so much better. I don't think I would say that now, but as a kid. Just got to 1,111 encounters for a Galarian Yamask, but still no shiny. Well, good luck. I hope it's soon for you. Made very good progress, to be fair. It's quite a lot, that, for one day as well. Yeah, I guess I'm just not very good at following stuff, mate. I tend to miss a lot of stuff. I'm not very, like... I mean, I do use my phone quite a lot, but I kinda don't really, I don't know. I just don't use it enough to kind of keep up to date on everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely think it would have took me a while to see that the Switch 2 had been announced the other day. I think it would have took, well, it did, it took somebody sharing it on the Discord for me to be like, oh my god, they've announced the Switch 2. And I probably would have seen it on YouTube once I, like, got on, but I know I've got a channel, but I don't watch YouTube, like, every day. So yeah, I think it's just a me thing. Nice, Jake, you've joined the Discord. Awesome. It's not like a super active one. Like, people do talk in it and people do post things, but it's not one that takes, like, is always giving you like loads of notifications and stuff. But it's nice to have. I schedule the streams in there. And just post like channel updates and stuff, and then other people post, whatever shiny hunts they found. Sometimes we have like themed shiny hunting months and stuff. So yeah. Worth being in if you enjoy the streams, I reckon. True, they did. They did very, very much just shadow drop it, didn't they? I had an inkling that it was coming because there's a guy called Arlo that does like Nintendo stuff. And I'd saw he'd been talking about a lot of rumours about it. Like when it was going to come out, what features it was going to have, all that kind of stuff. But it sounded like even he got caught off guard by it, and he is somebody who's been making videos quite regularly on, you know, all the different rumours and all the different stuff, so... Yeah, that's just what I'm like, Lara. I'm very, I feel like I'm very out of touch. I know a lot about the stuff I'm interested in, but then anything else I'm kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. But it sounds really good. Sounds really good. Is he that Cookie Monster looking YouTuber? He is, yeah. He's got like the blue kind of puppet. Yeah. He's very good, Arlo. You got one video recommended, but once you clicked, it was every other video. Yeah, definitely. My YouTube feed's a mess at the minute because I think I said this yesterday, but I've been watching a lot of Dragon's Den, so it's sort of just all over the place. Nice, Ham. Magikarp hunt officially started. Good luck. Cracking shiny to find as well. Oh, who's my favourite among the dragons? I think of the ones that like tend to be consistent, like they're always on the series. Deborah Meaden's pretty like, you know, she seems quite honest, but also just straight to the point. You know, like she won't invest in something that she doesn't like. She won't invest in something that she doesn't believe in or whatever. Even if like she thinks it's a good, you know, it will make money. She seems like pretty, like she's got good integrity. So I'd probably say Deborah's my favourite from like the ones that are always on it. From the ones that like kind of like are on some series and aren't on others, you know, like they're kind of like they're there for a couple of seasons and then they drop out. Maybe there's quite a lot that I like. But I think he was only on the earlier series. But I think Richard Farley was quite good. He always seemed like he had people's sort of best interests in mind. Do you know what I mean? Like he was quite like honest and yeah. Some of them are good in some instances and really annoy me in others. Like I think Peter Jones is like. Sometimes I really like him, and sometimes I just think, oh, shut up. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes he'll say something and I'm just like, stop being horrible. You didn't need to say that. Tuka's quite funny. What about you? Who's your favourite? Or who do you know, like, if you got a couple that you like? And there's a compilation of someone just rejecting every offer. Yes, is her name Jenny Campbell? Because she literally just like there's so many, every comment on a lot of the videos that I like watch, because I watch them on like my dinner hour. There's so many comments that are just like of her saying like, "You've come here today asking for some money, and for that reason I'm out." Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't seem to want to invest. I bet they were a bit frustrated with her, to be honest, because it seems like she's like that quite a lot, actually. Always the first one to go out, yeah. Always. She does. I don't think I think I've watched one. I've watched a lot of videos now because I've been watching them for weeks. I've seen one where she invests, and it was in some kid who she paid like something like £20,000. So it was an absolute pittance for Dragon's Den. But other than that, she's always out. Pokemon with Pugs, welcome to stream. Nice to see you again. Duncan Bannatyne was your favourite, straight to the point. Yeah, Duncan was always pretty good, wasn't he? I've seen videos where Duncan literally just goes, listen, I'm going to tell you where I'm at. I'm out. Yeah, just really straight to the point. But anyway, how are you doing? Are you all good? And thanks for the good luck. Yeah, hopefully it's soon. We're at nearly 6 hours now. Bloody hell, it's been that's gone by like that. But yeah, we're 440 eggs in. It's a lot of eggs, that. Larry, you just noticed the shiny charm on the mic? Yeah, I only got this recently, actually. It's not been on there for very long. I think it's literally this week is the first time it's made an appearance. But it's pretty cool. I got it off Etsy. It was only like £14 or something like that. Just a nice little accessory. I watch somebody called Party Ali, and she does like Pokemon videos and just like Nintendo videos and stuff. And she has like I think it's like a bobble or something on the mic, like a not a hernet. What's the word? It's like a quite a big bobble. And she puts that round her microphone, and I thought, oh, I should get something for mine because it's so it doesn't look so basic. So I went with a shiny charm. Oh, no problem, Zeke. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And thanks so much for joining and for all the support. It's been a lot of fun today, and thanks for the good luck as well. Hopefully it'll be before we log off. But I'm starting to lose hope a little bit. Have I put eggs in here? Have. Calamari, you're a Deborah fan too. Nice. And yes, you're spot on. It was the kid who proposed the advertising on the trucks. Yeah, it was. That was the one I'm thinking of. That's the only one I've seen where she actually walks away with an investment. Jake, you've not watched Dragon's Den in ages, but you do remember Levi Roots. Yeah. Reggae sauce. Probably one of the most successful, if not the most successful pitches. Yeah. Oh, and you love watching Party Ali as well, and Calamari as well. You followed the badge quest. Yeah, Ali's great, isn't she? Really good. Really good. Has a lot of like sort of like cozy videos is what I would describe them as. You know what I mean? Like you could just sit on the couch under a blanket or something and just chill on your Switch and watch your videos on like a cold winter's day sort of thing. Really good watch. Ben, welcome to stream. How are you doing? Oh, I can't believe we're about to hit 450. On the bright side, that is over halfway to what Riolu was. And we've only been doing this for a day, so that gives me hope that if we don't find it this stream, we will find it next stream. But yeah. Oh, you'll go to 460 and then you're going to go to bed. Now's the time for it to pop up. Fingers crossed it shows for you. But thanks for stopping by. You've been on for ages. Same for Zeke. So thank you. Definitely helps me as well. I know you guys like watching while you're doing your like shiny hunts and stuff like that, but it's very nice for me to have people to chat to while I'm doing this. Otherwise I'd just be locked away in a dark room hatching eggs. So thank you. Nope. Just a second. Wow. The views have been amazing today. We've had a lot of support. If I find out tomorrow it popped up shortly after you leave again, you will start to think this is rigged. Well, I promise you it's not rigged from me. If it was rigged from me, I would have found it in the first 10. Believe me. And I would not have let Vulpix go for 24,000 encounters either. It's do you know what? It's very good that I actually did start streaming for this challenge, because I don't think people would have believed me if I'd not streamed and then said that Vulpix took 24,000. I think people would have been like, you big liar. But the evidence is there. I found all 10 shinies first try. How lucky. Promise I didn't cheat. You know what's really sad though is like so everything that I do is like, honest to God, it's just a regular Switch. It's the Switch that my parents got me for my 22nd birthday or something, like all the way back in 2017, whenever it was. And I just wanted to play Let's Go Pikachu because I'd always wanted to play Pokemon on a console, like on a TV screen. And you know, like, it's just a regular Switch. Everything's a regular cartridge or a regular download off the eShop or whatever. And yet some people will actually comment and be like, you know, you're cheating or whatever. It's sad. I remember Legends Arceus. I found out that when I was running around the sort of the Obsidian Fieldlands at the start, that mass outbreaks will appear sort of like immediately. So like right after you pass the first tutorial, you can find mass outbreaks. It takes a while to find them because you've only got the Obsidian Fieldlands to go to, so you can go back to Jubilife, back to the Obsidian Fieldlands over and over and over again, and eventually an outbreak will appear. It takes ages. I'm talking like it took me quite a while, like probably hours, but I did start getting them. And I did get like a couple of comments from people saying like, oh, this is so fake, like everybody knows you can only get outbreaks from this point. And I'm like, ugh. Go away. It's the goal of some people who like don't even like do their own research, but will sit there and call me a cheat. Yeah, true. Yeah. You could stream every single bit about it and some people would say it's fake. You are right. There's no pleasing some people, is there? But yeah, it's sad. You can spend months on something, and luckily a lot of the comments that I get are always like really nice. Like 99% of comments that I get are just like really lovely. And everyone's super nice. But you do get some people who just like will say, I stopped watching the entire video over this one tiny little thing, and I'm like, that's pretty sad. You must be a miserable person. Those are also the same people who generate shiny Pokemon? Probably, yeah. Yeah, it's like... It's like they think you're doing it because they're doing it. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh well. Jake's calling it now shiny at 461. Right after Lara locks off. Probably. It's crazy how much longer it takes when you've not like collected the eggs. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've not even the first 250 to hatch took me like, I think like 2.5 hours maybe. No, less than that. Must have been like 2 hours ish, I think. And we've only hatched like 200 since, and we're now at like 6 hours gone, 6 hours 10 minutes. I reckon if I can get to 500 today, at least, that'll be alright for me. We'll probably keep going till about 9 o'clock. I reckon then I might go and have a little bit of a break, because I have got work tomorrow. But yeah. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm just gonna nip. Oh, actually, no. I'll do the last 5 for Lara, because Lara wants to get off soon. So I'll do the last 5, and then I'll go and take a quick break. Just need to water the piranha plants. Oh, Zach, your next prediction is 469. It's a good shout. Right, I'll not collect any more for now. Let's just get the next 5 done. So then Lara can see them. Did put eggs in here, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Thought they would have hatched by now. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's no props. This is beginning to look like a long hunt. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is dragging on a little bit, but we're not at full odds yet. And Ryolu took 865, but even that was only like was it 2 streams or 3 streams? It wasn't as long as you would think. Because what you've got to remember is if I can maybe for like half an hour to an hour before bed each night before the next stream, just collect some eggs, like while I've got nothing else to do anyway. That will shorten a lot of the time if I can do it. So yeah, I reckon if it's not tonight, it'll be next stream. But who knows? That is the way shinies work, isn't it? It could be another Vulpix. Hopefully not. And there you go, Lara. There's 460. Sorry you didn't catch it, but I wouldn't worry too much because I doubt it will be tonight if if it carries on like this. What are the odds for Masuda? I think the 1 in 683. So we're about 200 away. 223. So it's, you know, the thing with Masuda is it's really good. The odds are great, but as you've seen today, you know, we've had 6 hours of streaming, and I spent 2 hours last night collecting eggs, and we've still only hatched 460. So it is, even though you can, your odds are like a lot lower. You are, it does take a lot more time to hatch them. You know, for like Rookady as an example, just a random shiny hunt in the grass, I was finding like 3 or 4 Rookady a minute. And over the course of a full day, I could maybe find... In the 6 hours it took me to find 460 Tyrunt, I reckon I could have found, like, easy 1,000 Rookady, if not 1,200, maybe 1,300. Let me think. 3 a minute is 180 an hour. In 10 hours, that's 1,800. We're looking at, for Tyrunt, maybe 600 at a push in 10 hours. So it's like 3 times as long as it takes for a random encounter. So say this goes to 1,000 encounters. That's 1,000 eggs. That's 3,000 random encounters, pretty much. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go and take a quick break. I'll only be 2 minutes, and then we'll carry on until about 9 PM. And Lara, thanks so much again for today. Enjoy your rest, and I will see you on, on another stream, hopefully. But yeah, hope your week goes alright as well, because I probably won't see you now until the next one. So, yeah, bye. Right, I'm back. Not too long of a break this time. Let me just swap all these over, and then we will carry on. 16 boxes of Tyrunt. Oh my god. I think sometimes you look at a number like 460 and you think, oh, that's not that much. And then you see how many boxes it fills and you go, okay, that's ridiculous. Like, for Riolu, 865, I think that was over like 30 boxes virtually. Because I remember I had to actually transfer all of them into... Well, actually, we can do the maths on this. Easy. 30 times 30 would be 900, wouldn't it? So it wasn't far off 30 boxes. It was 20... no, it was 28 and nearly... It was almost 29 boxes. Jeez. So, so I've got like 28 and a bit boxes in my Pokemon home of just Riolu. Can you release multiple Pokemon on Shield like Legends Arceus? You can't, no. But the good news is, if you've got Pokemon Home, you can do multiple releases in Pokemon Home. So all you've got to do is basically like just load up Pokemon Home, connect it to Shield or Sword, and then yeah, just multiple release them in there. Or if you wanted a ton of resources in like Arceus, you could try and transfer them into that and release them in that, but actually you wouldn't probably get that many resources because of the levels, because they'd be like literally level 1, so you wouldn't get anything. It'd be rubbish, but yeah, so ignore that. But yeah, you can multiple release them in Pokemon Home, so that's good. That helps. I've kept mine in Pokemon Home for now because I think you actually get like... You get like battle points and stuff, don't you, in Pokemon Home for having like for having more and more boxes filled. I don't know how that works. I don't know whether you get less for having like a ton of one species in there. But I've just kept them in there just in case that boosts that a little bit. The casual controls are so good for the routes, but annoying in the wild areas. What do you mean for the casual controls? Sorry. And no probs, Jake. No probs. It's a bit of a pain, yeah, doing them in Shield. So yeah, you definitely, if you can, definitely better using Pokemon Home, because it just takes forever releasing them one at a time. We're coming up to nearly 1,500 eggs hatched in this challenge overall. Damn. 966 between Riolu and Hornedge, which means I need 34... 534 is the number for Tyrunt, and then we'll be at 1,500 overall. Jeez. In the settings, the casual controls, I'll have to have a little look. I don't think I've ever seen that. This is probably like the animations thing that you told me about, where I was like gobsmacked that it existed, because I just had no idea. Just realised I've not had any tea, have I? 9 o'clock, I'll be having some tea. I've been really loving, like, wraps recently. Just, you know, like, sort of like cooked meat on a wrap. Chicken or ham. Maybe a bit of mayo or something. That's just been, like, something I've been craving recently. Which is good, because it's dead easy to make. With a packet of that Walker's barbecue rib crisps I was talking about earlier on. And I was talking about meal deals yesterday, wasn't I? God, me and food, I can't shut up about it. Oh, nice. Can't beat a chicken wrap with peppers and sauce. Very bougie. What sauce would you have on it? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't want to speak to you. Please go away. I wanted to hatch eggs. Oh, you like spicy sauces, so you get the Nando's ones. I tell you what, the Nando's ones are really good. I'm not very good with spicy stuff, but I do like the Nando's. Like I have the lemon and herb one, but they are really good with chicken, really good. I've started having a lot more chicken, so I'm gonna start like getting the Nando's sauces to like cook chicken in. Do you know what I mean? But I'm in the early days of experimenting with it. Somebody was telling me last week in work that they make chicken, but they like soak it in Greek yogurt for like an hour, or like marinate it in Greek yogurt, and then they put like tandoori seasoning and chicken tikka seasoning on it and stuff, and then they cook it. And I was like, oh my god, it sounds so good. So I'm gonna try that. I'm going to Tesco tomorrow to pick some up. Zach, getting money in Sun Shield is so easy. Do raids in Isle of Armor, trade 7 Armorite for Watts, buy luxury balls and self-profit. The luxury ball? Oh, good point about the luxury balls. Didn't think about that. You are spot on. Very easy to get money. And I've actually done that in this challenge. I did raids in the Isle of Armor, got about 50 Armorite ore, went to the digging par or whatever his name is and got a load of watts. I think I ended up with like 400,000 because on one of them he did that thing where it's like, no, I need to keep digging, and he gave me like 170,000. But what I did was it takes a lot longer, and I actually don't know if this is better, so you might be onto something even better than what I was, but I went to the digging brothers that are behind me here in the wild area and just got them to dig up treasures, and then I went and sold all the treasures, because they'll give you like all kinds, you know, like they'll give you like comet shards and big pearls and all kind of stuff like that. So that made me, I think, like 2 million. So yeah. Oh, nice. You had chicken legs last night with jerk seasoning. Had them marinating for a good 24 hours. Was gorgeous. Oh, that sounds great. I'm just really rubbish with like food prep, if that makes any sense. Like I just feel like I could, do you know what? I could say I don't have time, but I probably do have time. I just don't plan well enough. And I always end up going with simple stuff. But yeah. Oh wow. 999 luxury balls is 1.5 million. How much? Oh my god, how many watts is it for 999 luxury balls? Oh my god. So maybe I made a huge mistake with using the Diggin' Brothers. Although, to be fair, I think I used the Diggin' Brothers because I was originally going to do the fossil hunt, and I was looking for fossils, and then I changed my mind and I said I was going to do Druddigon instead. Druddigon was supposed to be the fossil Pokemon, and I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go and do a strong spawn instead. Which I'm very glad that I did. But yeah, oh my god, I'm going to have to look into that. A nice ham. Shiny, Drowsy just evolved to Hypno. Looks so cool. Hypno's a really good shiny. Really good shiny. $290 hours now. Oh dear. Wow. That is... yeah, I've made a mistake. Using the Diggin' Brothers all these years. I should have been using the luxury balls. Why? Oh well. I probably am gonna do a little bit of raiding at some point soon, because ideally I need to like boost. I need to buy some vitamins for my Pokemon. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've battled virtually no trainers in Sword and Shield because between every gym, you end up with so many like EXP candies and stuff from raids that you just end up not needing to. I don't think you really need to battle all that many trainers. You get enough rival battles and stuff like that to like keep you going. So my Pokemon don't have a lot of like sort of dedicated EV spreads. So I probably will try my best to fill them out before the Champion Cup. So I'm gonna need money, and I'm gonna need watts, and I'm gonna need Armorite ore and all that. So yes. It's crazy, really, to think that oh wow, I started December, I think, with before I'd even found Riolu, and in the time between the 1st of December and the 19th of January, which really isn't all that long, I've found 5 shinies, and I'm about to find my 6th. You know, once I get this, I can beat Leon. That's so bizarre to think. Can't believe I'm at that point. It's been a great journey. I know I've still got Dynamax Adventures to do, but yeah, just a bit surprising. We go again for another 5. Oh, gutted ham. A Magikarp ran because you'd sort of like lost concentration on it. Oh, it's a pain, isn't it, when they run off like that. The rule I always used to do in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was always like, just throw one Pokeball, run, encounter it again, throw one Pokeball, run, encounter it again. Or you can buy vitamins in bulk in the Isle of Armor. Is that from like the dojo or something for like Armorite or? Going back to Jurassic difficulty, you'll get back to it tomorrow. Nice. Good to take a break sometimes. I mean, you found your Drowsy, so that's good, isn't it? You know, you got the one that you wanted. And yeah, take a break so you don't burn out. I'm gonna have a little look after this set of 5, to see what the percentage chance is of like each time an egg hatches, that it'll be shiny. Because I know like if the odds are 1 in 4096, it's a 0.02% chance each encounter that it'll be shiny. I wonder what it is for 1 in 683. Must be significantly better, but I don't know how much better it would be. And higher gold, do not worry. Never ever worry about apologising or anything. We're all busy. But I hope you're okay. Good to see ya. Have a look. Shiny Pokemon Tracker. Is that right? Is that what I usually... No, it's not a tracker. What is it? Calculator. That's usually what I type in. Here we go. So for 1 in 683, I'm sure that's right. How many encounters? We're at 485. I used this a lot for Vulpix. This was hilarious when I was hunting for Vulpix, right? Because at 24th... So the way Shiny Hunting works, I never knew this until this challenge, and people in chat very kindly educated me. But the way it works is you would think that by reaching 4096... I know that you're not guaranteed it to be... It's not like a 100% chance that you will find it in 1 in 4096, but I didn't realise the way that it did work. When you get to 4096 encounters, it's actually a 60% chance that you should have found it. And it kind of like... It grows very quickly, you know, like up to like 60%. But then it sort of starts to like plateau. And you get to a point where every single encounter is like minuscule. You know, it's like adding on the smallest of percentages. So when I got to like 24,000 encounters for Vulpix, it was like... I think it was like a 99 point something % chance that I would have found it by now. It was just like crazy. So just for context, at 485 eggs... for a 1 in 683 chance. It's a 50.87% chance that we would have found it, and it's a 49.13% chance that we wouldn't find it. So it's like a 50-50. The chance of success on every encounter is 0.15%, which isn't really bad, is it? You know? Isn't really bad at all. But yeah, it was just funny. The Vulpix was an outlier. Yeah, it was. It's just crazy. But it was like really painful as well, because at 20,000 encounters, it was something like... So bear in mind, to get to 4,096, that was a 60% chance. And then when you get to 20,000, it's like 97 or 98%. And then the 4,000 after that is like, only takes you to 99%. So it gets to this point where like, where previously 4,000 encounters would get you 60%, at like a 60% chance. 4,000 encounters at like 20,000 to 24,000 is like 1 or 2%. It's nowhere near. So you really start to... The little tracker, the calculator thing was really fun to use, but it was starting to sort of make me just like lose my mind, because I wasn't even like... I'd come off stream, I'd have like 8 hours of streaming, and I'd come off stream and I'd be like, I got 0.05% closer. It's just funny. Oh, nice gold. Your little brother had some handball matches and you went to watch. Lovely. I've never played handball, but it looks really fun. Oh, Ham, that used to do my head in, that where you had to replace paths on. No matter how many times I would realise that I was doing that, I would never remember. And I'd exactly the same as you, I'd be like, why can't I place paths? Oh, that's why. Oh, we've entered the last hour, guys. It's crunch time. You're at 1,212 encounters now. Probably going to go to bed soon, but you'd like to see me get the shiny under 500. Me too, I hope so. But listen, totally understand. You know, just thanks for coming on stream for so long. Again, you've been here all day. I really appreciate it. It'll be a shame. I'm sort of hoping that we don't find it today now, because I feel like there's quite a few people that have been have been on for a long time, and you know, understandably want to get off and go and do something else or go to sleep or whatever, and I'm just hoping you don't miss it. So yeah, I'm hoping we don't find it today. In that sense. Although we've still got 16 people watching, so maybe there's also the thing of I don't want the people watching to not to not see it. What a dilemma. Let's hope we just find it in the next 10, so we don't have to worry about it. It's gonna be bloody hilarious if I spend 3 hours collecting like another 300 to 400 eggs off stream, and then we find it in the first 10 on the next stream. Oh, awesome. Good. Well, at least it'll still be up for you. And I always change the, you'll know if I found it or not, because I always change the title to say, like, we found it, you know? Just so that people know. I think I forgot to timestamp the last view, but you can sort of tell anyway, really. It's usually like the stream tends to end not long after I find the shiny, so you can kind of like backfill where it's at. Oh, nice, yeah, you did. You was here for Shiny Combi and Chinchou Live, yeah. Both pretty good ones as well, especially because Combi had the whole Pokerus situation. That was really cool. Calamari, are you going as soon as I hit 500? Because if you want, I can just hatch the next 5 without collecting any. If you want me to speed it up a bit for you. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I'm not going to be able to, like, collect much more anyway today. It's not going to be, like, a big deal, really. And I'll be collecting a lot off stream, probably. Probably tonight as well, when I finish at 9. I'll just go and sit in bed and watch something and eat some food, collect some more, ready for the next stream. Probably still lurking at 501 just in case. That's fair. Well, like I said, I won't be on for too much longer. I know I said 9 PM. I don't know if I'll stick exactly to 9 PM. I'm sorry to keep changing the time, but I might schedule the streams for next week. I know I'm definitely streaming on Saturday. I just don't know when the other day is going to be. Maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I'll be I don't know actually. I don't know what I'm going to do. Because I'm going to guess we're going to find that if we don't find this tonight, it will be on the next stream. It's got to be. Especially because I'm going to collect a lot off stream, so that should help. But I don't know. I just don't know what like I said, I don't know what I'm going to do for the other stream. If we find it on Tuesday or Wednesday, sorry, Wednesday even. If we find it on Wednesday, I don't know what I'm going to do on Saturday. Well, there's our 500. Yeah. Could do. Could run a few Dynamax adventures. Could prepare for it a little bit. 1, 2, 3. But, oh, actually, we know what I could do here. I've got 15 more. I could do these 5, these 5, these 5, and then just log off. Like we could call it there, because I don't have to. I'll just not collect anymore. I'll collect them offline. But yeah, I could do. Could definitely do with planning. Getting like just anything in general, really. I need. There's a few things I need to do. I could do with doing some raids to get some armorite ore for the watts, for the money, for the vitamins. That would help for EV training. Could do that. If we haven't found Tyrunt. If we have found Tyrunt but have not beaten the Champion Cup yet. Yeah, I suppose I could do that for raids. But then that means that I can't be beating the Champion Cup in between. Oh, it's tough. It's tough. It's because I've got a brain that likes doing things in order. So I'm a little bit like, I know I could beat a couple of people in the Champion Cup in my spare time, like recording. But then if I've not finished it, I'd be like, oh, I can't go into Dynamax Adventures yet because I'm not up to that bit yet. It's not in order. It's ridiculous. Oh. Hopefully it's not another Vulpix hunt. Oh god, I hope not. But anyway, Calamari, if I'm assuming you're going in a minute, so if you've not already. So just thanks so much again for today. I really appreciate it. And yeah. A few more hatches and then we'll be done. It's been nice as well having you doing your sort of like shiny hunt as well, alongside mine. Oh, shiny and 5 more eggs. Maybe, maybe. Thank you. Thank you very much. No probs, Ham. Again, thank you as well. You've been on virtually all day. You're a star. Thank you so much. And thanks for the good luck as well. You take care as well. I'll see you on the next one, probably. Might end up being the last egg of the day. It could be. It could be. Imagine if it was. I'd be. Do you know what? I'd be very grateful. Because I can't imagine collecting. Like I said, I can't imagine collecting another 300 and then it's shining in the first like 10. Calamari still lurking just in case. Just in case. Bish, welcome back. Feels like it's been ages. But going very well, thank you. On the second to last shiny hunt of the challenge. So, really good. How about you? How are you doing? All good, I hope. Oh, right, hang on. I'm sorry to delay you all for the last 10, but I can hear the dog barking, so I'm just gonna go and let him out, and then I'll come back. I won't be too long. And if you want to get off, don't worry about it. But yeah, just I'll be like 5 minutes. Sorry. I'm back. Sorry, guys. Took a while. Final 10, is it? Final 10 eggs? Imagine the scenes when we find this one now. Fish, yeah, it has been a minute. Glad you're doing really well. Started a new job, awesome. Congrats on that. But you've been keeping up with the VOD still. Thank you. That's lovely. And you jumped out of your seat with a Vulpix. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. It was. I think did I put a clip of it in the Teal Mask video? Not the video, the Teal Mask like streams. But yeah, just crazy. Sorry there was no volume. I couldn't figure out how to get that to work. But yeah, 24,000. At least the other shiny hunts have treated me pretty well. So, you know, we're getting to a point now where we're really right round the corner from finishing the challenge. Once I find this Tyrunt, I've just got to beat the Champion Cup. And then I'm going to do Dynamax Adventures to try and find a shiny Raikou. And once we've got that, I'll just very quickly beat like the post game with it, just to kind of show it off a little bit. And then that'll be it. The video will be coming out, so all good times. But yeah, congrats on the new job. That's really good news. Really good news. Happy for you. Yeah, me neither. I know I found it offline, unfortunately. It was typical, really, wasn't it? Like I had like 27 streams or something like that, and then I found it offline, which was a shame. But that's just the way it is. Snowlad feels the shiny coming. The final 5. Thanks for the good luck, Calamari. Fingers crossed. 5 more. It could be, you know. It could be. Could easily happen. Just like that Feebas outbreak in the Teal Mask. And actually, somebody predicted the Riolu egg as well. I remember somebody said shiny in the next 5, and it did. It did happen. Could be the same here. Come on, Pokemon Jesus, let it shine. And no props, Fish. I really appreciate all the support, so thank you. Thanks for like keeping up with the VODs and like joining stream and stuff. But yeah. Massive congrats. It's great news. Number 3. Number 4. The penultimate one. And the final egg of tonight. Will this be the one? No. Well, I'm kind of surprised, you know. I mean, I know we've not even hit full odds, but I did kind of think that we would find it today. But listen, I've had a lot of good luck recently. I can't really complain, and I don't mind this going on for a little while longer. It is what it is, but yeah, gives us another chance to find it in midweek. Like I said, I think I'm going to stream on Wednesday, and then I'll stream on Saturday as well, but I don't know what Saturday is going to look like, so yes, we shall see. But thank you all so much for joining. You know what I mean? Snowlad, Calamari, Jake, you've been here all day, so genuinely thank you so much. Fish, thanks for showing up even though you've been super busy. Sam joining right at the end. We've had a lot of other people as well. There'll be, you know, James and Ham, and there's tons of people. Zeke. So just thanks so much. Today's stream overall got 496 views. It was so close to 500. That's insane. So really cool. And I massively appreciate it. So yeah, we will. Got 25 votes on the poll. Tyrunt seems to have been the winner for that one. But yeah, I will see everybody on the next stream, probably on Wednesday. Have a cracking rest of your weekend, whatever you're up to. Have a cracking start to your week. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye guys. Thanks again.